Hello, everybody, and welcome to Debate Dissection. I'm Mark Reed, and I'll be your host. And joining me for this dissection, this autopsy, this sort of this zombie category of debate, which is a theme that keeps coming up: Gaza versus Palestine, or sorry, Gaza versus Israel, or Israel versus Gaza. It keeps reoccurring. So it definitely is a zombie one, but we're going to do the autopsy, find the cause of death, and joining me is my wonderful assistant, Ember from Better Than Ember. How are you doing, Ember?
Hello, I'm surviving. I actually had a pretty
Good.
good day today with my son.
Oh,
I
fantastic.
made some ridiculously over buttered foods, and that's always a nice time.
Nice. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, so I saw your stream coming in really good, really fantastic, full of little tidbits and facts, and yeah, awesome. I think that for me, I mean, this because we haven't annoyed enough people lately, like doing things like religion, nothing contentious there, and things like
No,
that.
no.
I really want to branch out to different debates, and this is Mehdi Hasan, who is like he really does defend the Palestinian side versus I'd never heard him before, which is Eloy Levy, sorry, Elon Levy, EYLON, Elon Levy, who I've never heard of, but apparently he is an outspoken voice for Israel kind of thing. And to me, it's a mess over there. It's so difficult. But I sort of, I'll make my position clear. I think that a one-state solution will not work. I think that that is a waste of time. I think that it's got to be a two-state solution. And I really feel for the Palestinian people at the moment. I really do. It is a horrible situation to be in. Not that I do like Hamas. I hate Hamas. Hamas is a terrible, awful organization. But I think there's a tendency to lump Israeli people into the Israeli government and
Mhm.
the Palestinian people into the Palestinian government. They just lump everybody in with the leaders of both sides. And it's like, no, there's a difference between the people of Palestine and the leaders of Palestine. And there's a difference between the people of Israel and the leaders of Israel. So there's very little nuance on both sides. But yeah, this is a debate. I do like Mehdi Hasan. I disagree with some of his stuff, vehemently disagree, but I do like his style and his the way that he presents things is very compelling. He's very good at argumentation, which I do like. Um, yeah, do you have any thoughts before we get started?
Not directly. I mean, I've heard of Hasan. I may have seen a couple of his appearances or shows or something like that, but he doesn't really register in my brain that well. Like he's a
Hmm.
name I know, but I don't know him. And the other fella, if I've seen him, I don't know it.
Right.
But
Yeah.
yeah, the topic is contentious. As you know, I'm a veteran, and my
Mm.
perspective on the way governments interact with their populations is that the single most top priority for a government is to protect the lives of its people. And it's a tough situation in Palestine because of that, because the Israelis think they need protection from Hamas.
Right.
Hamas has power because the Gazans need protection from the IDF, and
Mm.
it's a mess. I don't
Yeah.
think either government's really doing its job in that regard.
No, I don't think so either. And in the middle of it, just people are caught in the middle. Obviously there was hostages taken on one side. There's people being absolutely destroyed on the other. It's a horrible situation. And yeah, I don't think Trump's going to sort it out. He sort of said, "Hey, I'm going to stop the war." He got a ceasefire, and Israel seems to immediately break it. So that's pretty crap.
Shock.
Yeah, well, yeah. But anyway, okay. Well, I'll get it started, and nothing contentious about this. And it is very sad. It is. Whoops, that's not the thing I want. That's it. It is very sad. It's very sad. But it is a debate that's going on. I probably, first off the bat, will say I'm probably more on Mehdi Hasan's side with this one, because the title of the debate is is Israel's war on Gaza justified, right? And so, from what I know of what's happening in the war, I don't think anything could justify what they're doing. Like, I don't think that, you know, even if somebody did the same to you, I don't think it justifies you doing it to somebody else. You know what I mean? Like, it just is
Right.
sort of, you know, if your family member is killed by somebody, that doesn't justify you going out and shooting them, kind of thing. You know, like that it really doesn't, because
Hatfields and McCoys. But I'm thinking a slightly different
yeah,
angle.
right.
If someone mustard gasses your troops, which is a
Mm,
war crime, does it justify you mustard gassing them back? Of course not. It is a
of course
war
not.
crime. You
Yeah.
have to stop them, but that doesn't mean it's okay to cross all the moral lines to do so.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And plus, it's not even, you know, the people that you're mustard gassing that release the mustard gas. It's these other people who are, you know, just happen to be the same nationality as them. You know, so this is why attacks on civilians are always war crimes, because the civilians never wanted to do anything to your side. You know, they just happen to be I hate this term, the collateral damage, as they sort of say to make it sound less horrible than civilian death, you know, because civilian death doesn't sound good. They say collateral damage. You know, just as, you know, what Hamas did to punish Israel by taking hostages, that wasn't justified either. You know, like, because these people had nothing to do with what their government's doing, and that's sort of why I say that they're all being lumped into one. But I'll start it going. I'll increase it. This isn't a very long debate, I will say that. It's not very long. It's like after you get past the introduction stuff, it's probably about an hour. So it isn't a very long debate, but we'll see what they've got to say.
All right.
Let me know if you want to pause at any time, of course.
Tell us why.
Sure.
On October 7th, Hamas perpetrated an act of genocide against the people of Israel.
Hold on a second.
Wait, what?
Okay, so October 7th was the attack by Hamas, where they came in and they attacked, among other things, they attacked the settlements, a peace festival, which is sort of very on the nose, that people are basically saying to their government and having a festival to promote stopping attacking Gazans and Palestinians, and they attacked that peace festival, and that's pretty bad. But it is not an act of genocide. Like, they did it to take hostages. It was an act of terrorism. Like, I will say that straight out.
A
Like,
one-time attack is not a genocide unless you manage to wipe out the entire population, that entire culture in one swipe.
Well, it has to be something that is attacking population en masse, and this is attacked, you know, a certain like point, and grabbed a whole load of people. Now, horrible, awful, disgusting act of terror. And the reason why I say terrorism, it was literally meant to generate terror, to make those people, you know, afraid, and convince their government to, you know, release Palestine or something like that. You know, it really was an act of terrorism, but not genocide, because the aim of it was not to cleanse the land of all of somebody of that you know, background, that race, or that ethnic background.
That doesn't even make sense in terms of the Israel-Palestine conflict, because there's something like 3 million Islamic people who are Israeli citizens. You know, like,
Yes.
you can't genocide the nation of Israel. You can only genocide the people who live there.
Right. I mean, you could genocide the Jews, sure. That could be a possibility, but you're not going to be able. You know, they just attacked indiscriminately among the settlements and grabbed people as hostages. That isn't genocide. Like, it's not even ethnic cleansing. It is an act, a terrorist act.
Its death squads invaded with a clear mission: to massacre as many people as they could, as sadistically as they could, and to take survivors as hostages. Hamas had
Yeah, so a genocide, you wouldn't expect them to take survivors as hostages. That's the thing. Like, Israel isn't going in and taking Palestinians as hostages. Like that's not what they're doing. They're not doing acts of terror, which Hamas definitely did that day. But sort of this it almost seems like projection kind of thing. Like, oh, you're saying
Mm.
our genocide, we're genocide, the real genocides are them, the people that we're actually attacking. I really think that anybody with half a brain is going to see through that and go, well, that's not a genocide. That's a terrorist attack.
Yeah, it strikes me as propagandistic, like the way he's
Yeah.
loading the language, like saying death squads when they're
Mm.
not there as death. Like if you're taking hostages, it's not a death squad. You're kidnapping people.
Right.
You're
Yeah,
kidnappers,
yeah.
Like it's still bad, but I just don't know if he's doing it to try to like rhetorically load up the audience or if there's
I
judges
think
or whatever,
so.
or if he's laying red herrings for his opponent to fall into later. Or both.
Right.
I don't know. Maybe he's very
Yeah,
good.
maybe.
A strategy to lure Israel into an urban war and generate enough suffering that the world would pressure Israel to leave Hamas alone to do it again and again.
I'm sorry. He's saying that Hamas took the hostages and killed people so they could get Israel into a war with them?
That seems very silly.
That seems incredibly silly.
I mean, leaders do dumb things. Look at the US, Exhibit A. But I don't know. I mean, far be it from me to speak for Hamas, let alone on their behalf. But it seems like the strategy was to take hostages to further the fear so that Israel leaves them the fuck alone
Yes,
rather than
that's what
starts an
I would
all-out
say.
war.
Yes. Like, I think that they wanted the hostages as a negotiating point so they could leverage things from Israel. Like, for instance, Israel still have control over the electricity and the water and things like that, right? Like, they actually. So it's very strange because while Israel sort of talks about them as another nation, they are more like an apartheid state within Israel because Israel still has control over their utilities. So it's very difficult to sort of say, hey, you know, they have autonomy because once somebody has control over your water, for instance, do you have autonomy at that point? Some they can just, and they did turn off the water to
Mhm.
Gaza. So I'm not sure that that's a very sound strategy for them. Um, I don't know. Like, I would rather, if he's going to say stuff like this, provide evidence of this, that was their plan. But at the moment, it just seems like he's sort of saying, hey, they suckered you into standing up for them. That was their plan all along.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yeah,
make any sense.
yeah. It doesn't make a lot of sense considering just how much damage Israel has done to them throughout this. It seems ridiculous.
Mhm.
Hamas slaughtered 1,200 people on that day at a music festival and in their beds. They cremated little children alive. They perpetrated barbaric acts of sexual violence. They beheaded, tortured, and mutilated their victims alive and dead, and they did it with glee. And then they took over 200.
How do you torture someone that's dead?
Magically, like most of the rest of this.
I Yeah, I maybe he just means that. Okay. I need a fact check on this.
Right? Like I don't have hard data.
Yeah,
But I do definitely recall lots and lots and lots of news outlets covering that a whole bunch of these claims were inflated, made up, or even staged after the fact. Like some Israeli IDF units taking care of the corpses following the attack mutilated the bodies and then took
right.
photos of the bodies they had mutilated to blame Hamas for it. That's not to say Hamas didn't mutilate any bodies either, but the IDF definitely went out of their way to make things look worse by desecrating their own corpses and other assorted nonsense. And by nonsense, I mean horrible things that I can't say on YouTube.
Yeah, I mean, Al Jazeera, it says that like some of the things like babies being attacked is untrue.
I wondered where he got the babies. I'm like, maybe they were
Yeah,
at the
it's
music festival, but that doesn't.
no,
I
that
don't
doesn't
know.
make sense. October 7 reveals widespread human rights abuses by Hamas fighters. Yeah, I mean, they're saying, hey, there were definitely human rights violations, but claims of atrocities of mass killings and beheading of babies, well, allegations of widespread and systemic rape, says that stories are repeated but they're not true.
We do know that some of the returned hostages were sexually mistreated. And we
Yes.
also know that some of the Palestinian civilians who were taken prisoners that have just summarily executed were raped a lot.
Yeah, and it says that isolated rapes did take place. There's insufficient evidence to support, but that is Al Jazeera. But
it's really hard to tell what's actually true when both sides are very willing to lie.
Yeah, I mean, nobody says they didn't commit numerous war crimes. I'm just looking at Human Rights Watch here. But it doesn't sound like this sort of this is actually true that they were, I think that burning babies alive kind of thing is may not be factually true. And, nobody's saying that what they did was good. Are definitely war crimes, but he seems to be sort of doubling down on the worst atrocities that may not have actually happened.
Yeah,
I
almost
don't
like an
see.
excuse, because we
Yeah.
know Israel did those things to Palestinian civilians.
Look.
And
Yeah. Well, I
if
mean,
Hamas did it first, then
Hamas definitely did mutilate bodies. That's the thing. Like some of them, I have no doubt are true, but the ones that I'm talking about are the ones of horribly burning babies and stuff like that. I don't think that has actually happened. I don't see any evidence for it in the numerous human sort of human rights movements. They basically are saying that is misinformation from Israel. Let's face it, the Israeli government. So I'm wondering if he's
more
just
to the
bringing up.
point,
Yeah.
is any of this relevant to his case? Is Israel justified?
That's a good point.
In what
Yeah. And I would say no. No, I don't think so. I think that just because somebody does it to your side, you shouldn't you shouldn't just turn around and do it to theirs. It's kind of, but I think he's just trying to use emotion to justify the war. Like whatever we do in response is fine because of the severity and the obsceneness of what happened to us.
And 50 hostages, including little children, paraded them through the streets of Gaza to jeering crowds, hid them in tunnels and homes where they are being starved and tortured and raped and executed. It was the deadliest terror attack in world history after 9/11, the bloodiest mass.
Well, that's not
true.
true.
After 9/11. Well, are you sure? Why? What's been bloodier?
It depends on how you categorize terrorism, but there's a whole bunch of shit in the European Middle Ages that could qualify.
No, he said after 9/11.
Oh, you mean as in chronologically after 9/11,
Yeah.
as opposed to like 9/11 is the. I was thinking he meant 9/11 is the worst ever, and this is aside from that the worst ever.
But it's weird that he's saying, hey, but he's just switched from saying, hey, it's a genocide to it's a terror attack. Do you notice the switch there?
It's both.
Like, Yeah, exactly. Like,
It's
you know,
whatever it needs to be to win the
right,
argument, which shows
the
his
prob
reliability.
but the problem is that it can't be both. Like you know, a terror attack is not there to wipe out a people. It's to make them afraid. The two goals are completely different. So the fact that he has
Mhm.
switched all of a sudden, just shows that it's not a genocide. It is a terror attack. That is exactly what it is. Now you might argue, hey, Hamas would genocide the Israeli people if they could. Maybe, but that doesn't suddenly make something a genocide. In fact, I don't think that Hamas have the power to commit a genocide. Even if they wanted to, I don't think they have the necessary military to be able to do so. So what do? They do terror attacks,
Mhm.
terrorism. So yeah,
That's
even
exactly
he
why terrorism
realizes.
happens.
Yeah,
When
yeah,
one side feels they have to take some kind of violent action in order to redress an impossible situation, but they
yeah.
don't have the military strength for conventional warfare.
Hmm.
So they do something else. In the
Yes.
American Revolution, it was guerrilla warfare, but today we'd call that terrorism.
Well, it depends, and this is more of that soft language, right? Because when there's terrorists that are on your side, they're freedom fighters, and when
Mhm.
it's not on your side, it's terrorists and usurpers and violent uprisings kind of thing. But when they're on your side, it's freedom fighters fighting for the right cause kind of thing. So, yeah, yeah,
Massacre of Jews since the Holocaust and the opening shot of the Iranian regime's regional war against Israel on 7 fronts.
Wait. What did Iran have to do with this?
He's invoking okay, there's a bunch of different shit he just threw out there all at once.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
most
yeah, yeah.
deadly day for Jews since the Holocaust. No, Stalin killed a lot more Jews well after Hitler was already dead.
Well,
But
that's
never
true. Yeah,
mind that.
yeah, yep, yep.
Um, he mentioned the 7-Day War, and that's one, or the Seven Front War, whatever the fuck it was, the Seven Nation
Yeah.
Army, whatever. After Israel was founded, when all the Arab nations suddenly attacked like the fucking Fire Nation, and
Mm,
Israel won and expanded its borders. But that was a very deadly day for Israel, and that's
yeah.
valid. But Iran was somewhat well, actually, they may have been the only nation who wasn't involved because the Sunnis and Shias don't like each other. But Hezbollah is a terrorist organization that's backed by Iran, and Hamas and Hezbollah have some trade, so there's a
Yeah.
case that can
But
be made
that's
that Iran,
Lebanon, isn't it? That's from Lebanon, not
yeah,
Gaza.
hmm which is why they invaded Lebanon too. But that's a whole
Yeah.
different
Yeah.
debate that he may bring it in also. But
Okay.
TLDR, the
Hmm.
rockets and shit that they launched during the surprise attack may have been sourced from Iran, or at least partially sourced from Iran.
Right. Through
Or
Hezbollah and
from the
then into
US. So I
Hamas.
guess
Yeah.
if Iran is to blame, then the US is to blame too. Why not?
Right. But I mean, they launched an attack on Iran, saying that they had to stop them from getting nuclear weapons that they said that they were developing. So Iran didn't come into the fight without Israel attacking them. And that's when Israel went to Donald Trump and said, hey, we've got to strike this nuclear facility to stop them from getting nuclear weapons. And so that was the whole thing where the media reported, hey, they didn't do that much damage. And Donald Trump freaked out because apparently that's insulting the pilots who dropped the bombs for some reason. Um, yeah, it's kind of like, yeah. I mean, the Islamic nations, they're probably going to do trade, but Iran did not suddenly attack Israel in this scenario. They just didn't. I mean,
Yeah,
Israel
the
hit
reprisals were
Qatar of all places, because
exactly. I was
be-
thinking why he's bringing all this up, like bringing this other stuff in, because that reminds us that Israel invaded Lebanon, that Israel got into a shooting
right,
war with Iran, and we got all that lovely footage of the Iron Dome and all that shit.
right, right,
How
right.
they went after Qatar, all this other stuff. Like they're being a very aggressive nation. It's not just
Yes,
about Gaza. So
right.
if he wants to make it, oh, we have to defend ourselves, why is he bringing all this other shit into it to
I don't
remind us that
know.
Israel is behaving like an unhinged overlord?
Yeah. I mean, Qatar was hit because members of Hamas, the leadership of Hamas, went to Qatar to try to work out a peace deal, or like to talk with Qatar about backing a peace deal, maybe a two-state solution, and Israel hit them with a long-range missile in Qatar, which is an ally of the US, and Qatar was just trying to talk to them about peace. I mean, it is ridiculous that they're striking, yeah, their enemy, but in a neutral nation that's an ally of their ally, who is just trying to work out a peace deal.
Because they don't want peace.
Well, I mean, it seems that way. They certainly haven't adhered to the ceasefire that's been organised. So, we're back in exactly the same position than we were before Trump decided that he'd given us peace in the Middle East. But what amazes me,
eight wars because he solved this one war 8 times, right? Never mind that he's invading Chicago. Oh goodness.
I don't know.
He doesn't want the war to end. He can't, for the same reason that he wanted it to start. As soon as they go out of war footing, he's out of office.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I know Bibi Netanyahu is a horrible person who is doing awful, awful things, and that doesn't excuse Hamas, but like you said, I don't know why he brought this up, because all it does is just remind us of how many unjustified attacks. Like, even if you could argue that it was a justified attack on Gaza, it doesn't justify striking Qatar with a missile or striking Iran. Their premise was they're giving weapons to Hamas, and then suddenly it changed to they're developing a nuclear weapon.
Or Israel's cell phone attack, where they caused, I don't even know how the fuck they did it, but they caused a bunch of cell phones to just explode. Like, they somewhat hurt some terrorists, but they also blew up a lot of children who happened to be holding cell phones at the time, but they don't care. Tell us about the Israeli dead babies, though. Not that I'm callous to the Israeli babies.
Right.
I don't want any babies blown up.
Right. And even if your child, a Palestinian, unalives your child, which is awful and terrible and dreadful and should never happen, that doesn't give you the right to unalive random Palestinian children, right? This is the thing. Like, if you can get the person who did it, I understand, but you're not. You're taking it out on an entire people. It's like if, say, for instance, some terrorist in Iraq, attacks your big buildings, that doesn't give you the right to invade Iraq, right? Like, you have to... Okay. At
this point, Israel faced a choice, as Hamas immediately threatened to do it again and again until Israel was destroyed. To do nothing, or to do something. Both would have consequences.
There's a lot of, it's basically like, do nothing or completely invade them and wipe them out. Like, there's a lot in between there.
Right? And I'm over here laughing on mute because, until Israel is completely destroyed, if every IDF soldier laid down their weapons and held their hands up, and every Hamas soldier had an AK-47 with unlimited ammo, they could not destroy Israel. There are not enough of them to do it.
Yeah. But I don't know. It's this whole idea, this black and white thinking. You either do everything horrible imaginable, or you do nothing at all. There's a lot of real estate in between those two. There is a lot of real estate. Yeah. Wow.
Doing nothing meant letting Hamas get away with October 7th, leave it free to do it again and again, only this time with thousands of dangerous terrorists released from jail and with its popularity skyrocketing. That's not an option.
I don't think
popularity skyrocketing. I don't see that any.
I think Hamas thought that was an option.
Yeah,
what the hell kind of straw man is this bullshit?
And there's a lot of difference between doing nothing and, say, having a some help from your American allies to go in and rescue hostages and things like that. There's a lot of different scenarios, or having Hamas actually answer for their crimes. Like there's so many different scenarios that aren't doing nothing or completely blowing the crap out of Gaza, like just demolishing it. There's so much in between there. This whole either one thing or the other, it doesn't make any sense. Wow.
Doing something meant targeting Hamas's terrorists in accordance with international law in order to dismantle their ability to wage war and live out that threat.
I don't think they did it with accordance to international law. I really don't think so. Considering there's now a warrant on Bibi Netanyahu from The Hague, that if he steps into any of the countries that have an agreement under international law, an extradition treaty, he's going to be shipped off to The Hague. Putin, when he sort of traveled to, I can't remember which state it was one of the Eastern European states, he had to actually plot around like things like Poland and stuff, because if he goes into their airspace, they said they will send up jets to escort him to the ground, arrest him, and send him to The Hague, right? This is the thing. Like, what he did was not in accordance with international law, has been deemed a war crime by the International Court, and there's a warrant out for the man's arrest. So, untrue. I'm sorry, it's just untrue that it's in accordance with international law.
We should have like a straight up lie counter. I mean, I realize
Maybe.
when we're doing debates like Frank Turek or something, the thing would be ringing
Yeah,
like
that
an
would be.
alarm clock. Ding,
Yeah,
ding,
yeah,
ding,
that
ding,
would.
ding, ding,
It
ding.
just
Still,
oh dear. No, you're not wrong. Yeah, I don't know. I did keep one for one of. I think I did one for the Trump debates, like outright like, and it was ridiculous. Like, it was ridiculous the amount of lies that he carried on about. For those Trump debates, especially the one against Hillary. I remember that being massive, just lie after lie after lie after lie. But yeah, this is pretty bad, right? Like, he's basically saying, oh, it's all in accordance with international law. No, it wasn't. It wasn't in accordance with international law at
has this
all.
fellow said anything that was even in the same ballpark as true after the words October 7th?
I mean, he did say that it was a terrorist attack. He did say it was the bloodiest day for Israel since bloodiest terror attack since 9/11. That may well be true. That may well be true, I guess. So occasionally, but yeah, his the way that he's categorizing this as sort of, and I mean, obviously that's a tale of the debate. Is it justified? But the way that he's pushing it as, a completely legal war, yeah. It's not like they're going in there to win hearts and minds, as far as I can see.
To do it again and again. That was the choice that Israel faced after October 7th.
Yeah, Proby, I agree, but the US doesn't actually have a extradition treaty with the International Court. You might be surprised to learn that. I was surprised to learn that, but yeah, they don't have it. They will not extradite to the International Court.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of international stuff we just don't participate in, like, the climate accords, for
Paris
example.
climate accords. Yeah. No, I get you. Like, it's kind of weird that America, the world leader, America, just isn't paying attention to, international law.
I know. Once upon a time, they used to call the president of the United States the leader of the free world, but now we're not even involved with the free world, like, at all, really.
Yeah.
Now, after October 7th, that campaign to bring Hamas down and bring the hostages home was the only moral response. Hamas exists for the sake of war, and for the sake of peace, it must go. Let me explain.
No,
Black
Archer,
and white
look,
fallacy.
like I get what you're saying, but you'd have to basically go in and tangle with the Israeli military, right? Like they're not going to just let you go in there and take him, kind of thing. That's not going to happen. And you've got Mossad to deal with as well, which is um, a very dangerous intelligence agency out of Israel. So you're really expecting, a cop to go into another country and arrest the leader while tangling with their military. It's just not practical. It's not
Yeah,
practical.
I think it was mostly being funny, but I have wondered about if we had if Biden was not the worst president we've ever had, obviously, but he wasn't the best either. I wonder if it had been Obama instead or Harris instead, if maybe SEAL Team 6 might have, suddenly just been on vacation in Jerusalem or something, who's to say?
Well, I mean, but don't forget, under Trump, Netanyahu's been to the US. He's visited the White House, right? So, for a start, Biden wouldn't have had Netanyahu over, while he's got a international warrant against him. It's too horrible to do. It's unthinkable. But then again, I learned the other day that Nick Fuentes has been to the White House, which is wild. That is just wild.
Was it recently?
I think so. It's in Trump's.
Because it is crazy on the surface, but after September 10th, to have the guy who inspired the guy who shot the podcaster guy that you claim is the best guy you've ever known come over for dinner is fucking weird.
Oh, no, I do apologize. He's been to Mar-a-Lago to have dinner with Donald Trump.
Oh, the other White House.
Yeah, the other White House. Yeah. So he's hosted Nick Fuentes and Kanye West at Mar-a-Lago.
Where's Kanye?
Yeah.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody stop this country. I want to get off.
Yeah, it's wild, right? And I mean, at the moment, MAGA is imploding from Tucker Carlson interviewing Nick Fuentes, and all of the slightly more moderate people are going, "Oh, that's horrible," and it's like, you think this is what was coming all along? This is the way that you were going. Why are you shocked about this?
It's almost like they didn't listen to any of us when we said, "Hey, look at the inevitable consequences."
Yeah. And it's like you guys will, when we said you're a bunch of fascists, and then you have literal fascists, you're going, "Oh, well, that looks bad." You think, it's almost like what we were saying all along was true, that you have a bunch of fascists in your midst that you're actively promoting and holding aloft. It's almost like what we said was actually true, and you're shocked about it. Wow. Because Tucker Carlson is not some fringe element of MAGA. He's not some fringe element. He is front and center, MAGA coded. Ugh.
He's got millions of them watching his shows anyway. Even arguably his audience has gone up since he left Fox or was fired.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Israel's strategy. Israel's strategy is to get civilians out of harm's way so that it can target Hamas's terrorist infrastructure under their feet. Hamas's strategy is to keep civilians in harm's way so that it can use them to shield their military infrastructure. Israel left Gaza in 2005 and never wanted to go back, but Hamas seized power 2 years later, started firing rockets at our cities, and rigged Gaza's urban...
Hamas won an election. They did not seize power, and they haven't been constantly firing rockets this entire time.
Right. I think this is... And the whole idea that Israel want civilians out of the way, that's not what I've seen from Israel. I've seen them fire on civilians. I've seen them tell civilians to go to an area and then hit that area. I don't see this this massive concern for Israel for Palestinians that he's trying to project right now. I have not
Right.
seen it.
They've been doing everything they can to maximize civilian casualties.
Yep.
Landscape for war. They dug a network of military tunnels 1.5 times longer than New York's subway under homes and schools and hospitals. They booby-trapped tens of thousands of buildings. They started firing rockets at our homes and our towns from inside their schools and their hospitals. In response...
Yeah, I have no doubt the tunnels go in most places, but I don't think they were firing rockets from schools and hospitals. That's, I mean, I know that Israel has said, hey, we demolished this hospital with missiles because they were firing from it, but they don't present any evidence this is actually true. They just say, hey, we hit this with a missile because they were attacking us from, but there's no evidence that that's been done. There's other war crimes that have been broken as well, sort of, attacking schools and things. They've never actually provided any evidence that rockets have been fired from those schools at all. It seems like whatever they hit was firing at them first, no matter what it is. But they don't provide any evidence that that is actually the case.
It's the LA cop defense, right? Like if you see a black man, you shoot him and then you put a gun in his pocket and say, well, he was reaching for that gun.
Right. Yeah, and much the same thing, yeah.
Israel's actions are to target Hamas's terrorists and to take unprecedented efforts to keep their civilians safe from their own leader's sick strategy to sacrifice them on the altar of jihad. That's why it keeps repeatedly urging them to get out of harm's way from Hamas strongholds and flooding the area with over 1 million tons of aid, because it keeps saying this is a war against Hamas.
They've stopped aid going into Israel. Flooding the area with aid? They haven't been flooding the area with aid. Are you
This man is just made of propaganda.
Yeah, no joke.
Drinking all the Kool-Aid. Like, he's got the Kool-Aid. He drank his cup. He drank his neighbor's cup. He grabbed the pitcher, and he's fighting it for the last fucking drops.
Like, a flotilla came across with aid. I mean, it was a token amount just to show that, hey, we can get aid to Gaza if we try hard enough. And Israel stopped them and arrested them, and no aid went in. They are actively cutting off aid to these people. Like, this is a common theme among all aid that want to get, help to a starving people. They're cutting off aid. This is just a blatant lie. It's such a lie. Holy crap.
The people of Gaza. Now, the suffering of my neighbors in Gaza is horrific. I blame their psychopath leaders for launching this war, fighting it inside civilian areas, and...
Oh, their leaders, Hamas, are certainly to blame, or at least part way to blame for the suffering of their people. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely am not, sort of saying, hey, they've got no part in this whatsoever. Of course they do. They did the October 7th attacks on the people of Israel. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying they're blameless. What I'm saying is it justified? Like, is it justified to, do all of these things that Israel is because they got attacked by Hamas? Right, and I'm not saying that Hamas are blameless here. I'm saying that it's not justified. But yeah, I mean, he's basically saying, we're trying to save their people from them. Well, you're hitting a lot of hospitals in doing so. And, I mean, there was that footage of them hitting an ambulance. Clearly had red crescent on it, right? It was clearly an ambulance, and they hit it with a rocket.
Yeah.
And it's like,
and
why? Yeah,
like,
journalists.
There's so much footage of, journalists in the safe zone, standing well back, gunfire opens up in the distance and they move further away. And they're in the middle of a stand-up report and a bullet from nowhere hits them and only them.
Yeah.
Right in the neck, for example. There's so many videos of this kind of shit. Like, yeah, that was the IDF assassinating the press.
Yes.
Fuck. I mean, they abused, they beat Greta Thunberg, you know?
Yep.
Like she's not even Palestinian. She was with
Mhm.
an aid flotilla, and they arrested them and detained them. Arguably fine, but
Yep.
to mistreat someone who isn't even associated with the people you're trying to exterminate, like, what the fuck?
And
How
they
do you
were,
justify this?
and Greta Thunberg was taking just symbolic aid across the ocean into Gaza to say, hey, we can give aid. And they literally stopped it from happening. And this guy's trying to say, oh, they're giving a flood of aid into the area. No, they are actively trying to stop any aid from any other country coming into Gaza. Like, that is not a flood of aid. And, you know, I would love if he actually provided some kind of justification for this claim, because holy crap. There's a flood of something, but it's not aid coming out right now.
Mm-hmm.
Refusing to release the hostages and surrender. Now, tonight's debate is about whether Israel's actions in the war in Gaza are justified, in a context in which I hope we can all agree none of the enemy's actions are justified. Because we are fighting a jihadist army
Not the question.
that has as much...
Sorry?
That's not the question. He's trying to shift it's just burden shifting. It's like,
What do
I
you
hope
mean?
we can all agree that none of the enemy's actions are justified.
Oh,
Maybe
right.
we do agree, but that's not the question.
Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I mean, it's not whether Hamas's actions are just. I mean, I don't think their actions are justified either. But you know, I think that's not the you know, that's not what the debate is about right now.
Mm-hmm.
So you're right. It's kind of a red herring, right? He wants to argue whether Hamas's actions were justified in, you know, taking hostages in a terror attack, and that's not what the debate's about.
Right, and it can't be, because it
Right.
leads to beyond absurdity. It leads to one of the few actual infinite regresses, right? Because like Hamas can make a justification for what they did, but
Right,
then
right.
Israel will justify that, and then the
Right.
Palestinians will justify that, and back and back and back to before. Like in the 1950s, the first prime minister of Israel had a Palestinian passport because it was just Palestine. But even then, there was shit going back for thousands of years.
Yeah. It's been an ongoing thing for ages. And, you know, I don't know what, like, I don't have an answer to this. But I know Trump certainly fucking doesn't. And, you know, people like Jared Kushner don't. It seems like a two-state solution is the only way, but Israel refuses to let Palestine be its own state. Now, that might be because they're too afraid they're going to be, you know, have terrorist attacks from them. But it seems like we really do need to have a Palestinian state with you know, and people are like, well, how are you going to get Gaza and the West Bank together to be one state? And it's like, well, they've been apart for so long, you'd probably just make them each their own state, and then a network of sort of, you know, Arab alliances could keep them safe. But it seems like Israel don't want that. And maybe they have a justification that, hey, they might do terrorist attacks, but can we at least give it a fucking try and stop this just wholesale slaughter that's been going on for ages? I don't know if it'll work. I don't know if it'll work.
Two-state is suboptimal, but there are precedents for that sort of thing, right? Like there's the sovereign territories of the First Nations people in the European colony nations. It's not great, but we don't have terrorist attacks from the Native Americans.
Correct. Yes.
You know, there's the breakup of India, you know, the partitioning after the British pulled the fuck out. First, they split into India and Pakistan, but then because Pakistan was divided for so long with India in the way, Bangladesh split off and became its own thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what if the West Bank becomes a Bangladesh?
Right.
It's
right,
fine.
Right.
They're not
Yeah.
at war.
Hmm. But and the problem also is because you're not its own states, and Palestine's been recognized by various countries, but it's not recognized by Israel. So they keep pushing out into their territory and taking land for settlements. And this is part of the problem. Like, we need to draw up actual borders that are agreed upon by both sides. So if they start to take territory, we can say, no, you've got to stop that. But that isn't happening, and so, but this whole one state solution where basically the Palestinians are apartheid people within the state of Israel, it's definitely not working. It is not working. It's not being figured out. Donald Trump's plan is to ethnically cleanse the place and turn it into a resort, which is just like I don't know how many international laws that would break, like moving an entire ethnicity out of Gaza so that all you have there is Israeli people is just wow, like
Yeah, it's a
horrific.
Trail of Tears situation.
Basically, yeah. And he doesn't even know where they'll go. Says, oh, they can't come back. It's just displacing people as refugees for somebody else to deal with. I don't understand it. I don't know why anybody would agree to this. It's wild.
Respect for humanity and law as Mehdi Hasan has for the truth. Mehdi may say, I condemn Hamas's acts on October 7th, but he will not condemn its strategy because he is part of its strategy. Hamas is counting on its defense attorney to shield it from the consequences of the war that it started and deflect blame onto Israel so it can do October 7th again, maybe because they share a goal that Israel shouldn't exist.
Wow, okay, wow. All right, that's a bold statement that Mehdi Hasan wants to destroy Israel. Part of Hamas's strategy.
They do like to put words in their opponents' mouths, don't they?
Right. Like, I don't think that Mehdi Hasan wants to destroy Israel. I mean, I've spoken very critically about the Israeli government, but that doesn't mean I want to destroy Israel. We're seeing a lot of stuff come out that if you speak out against the Israeli government and Benjamin Netanyahu, they're like, well, you're anti-Semitic. And it's like, no, not at all. I've got no problem with the Israeli people, who I might add, a majority of which don't like what Benjamin Netanyahu is doing either.
Right.
Like, they don't want to see the Palestinian people wiped out. They just have a problem with Hamas. So they don't like what he's doing. So if I don't like what he's doing, I'm actually siding with a majority of the Israeli people. Wow.
Right.
Wow.
Like, I think we should protect the Israeli people from the Israeli government as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Hasan will say tonight that October 7th does not justify Israel's actions in this horrible war. My question then is this.
I'd probably say that too.
Ilan, I'm sorry, your time is up.
What does October 7th?
I'm sorry, your time is up. Thank you.
Oh, that moderator just booted him. I love it.
It's nice to see a moderator who, pays attention.
Yep. He said, I'm sorry, your time is up.
Sandwich.
Yeah. He said, I'm sorry, your time is up. And the guy tried to talk more and he goes, I'm sorry, your time is up. Yeah, that's what a moderator should be doing. Like, your time's up. Like, that's it. You don't get to keep, finish your sentence. Don't finish your rant. Like, I've seen that too many times. Like, the moderator say, your time is up. And they just continue onwards and onwards and onwards. And they don't say anything. That moderator was like, I'm sorry, your time is up. That's it. Wow. Okay.
Mehdi?
Moderator.
Are they cheering the moderator?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They should.
I would as well. Yeah.
Ilan, in already calling your opponent a liar, you have already crossed one of the lines of the culture that we try to establish here. I wish you hadn't.
I don't mind. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
You don't need to do that to make your case. please.
He's got a point. He's got a point. Who is this moderator? I want him for my debates, like seriously.
I know.
He's got some lines, some, how to engage in productive argumentation, and some of them are just calling your opponent's names. You don't accept that. Yeah, absolutely. There's no reason to do it in order to make your case. Yeah, you tell him, moderator.
Hasan, you are answering no in answer to the question, were Israel's actions in the Gaza war justified?
All right, so, ladies and gentlemen, the question, were they justified? Were the actions justified?
And it would be great if you didn't feel the need to respond to the personal attack, because it'll waste
We'll
time.
decide when we get there, John. Were they justified? No, obviously not. Of course not. October the 7th, I think we can all agree, was a crime, a war crime, right? We can all agree on that. And taking hostages is a war crime.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. Taking hostages is a war crime. Attacking civilians is a war crime. Absolutely. Absolutely. Terrorists do war crimes all the time. And the fact that it was Hamas, the people leading the country, is horrifying, and definitely action should be taken. I'm not sure that wiping out civilians is the action that you should go for. That part isn't justified. Yeah.
And those hostages should be released.
Yeah.
But to destroy an entire place, an entire people in response is never justified. Never justified. How are we still... I don't understand how we're debating this more than 40,000 deaths later. I don't understand how we're still debating this.
Yeah, 40,000 deaths. 40,000. That is a horrible number. He's talking about 1,000 something deaths in that attack, but you're talking 40,000. I mean, it is wow, like 30 times as much, roughly. Wow.
Yeah, it's a crazy number. So, like when Stalin was at his most brutal, right?
Yeah.
A Russian village might get out of line, and they would order retribution. They had a term for it, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. But TLDR, they'd kill 10 people for every Russian officer who was killed. Like it was the reprisals were 10 times as severe to intimidate the people. It was pure brutality. It was absolute war crime. And even that Stalinistic level of pure, inhuman, draconian, over-the-top barbarity is less severe than Israel's response by several times.
Sitting in the comfort of New York, 7,000 miles away from a place that the UN Secretary General has called hell on earth. Justified? Justified? Was Israel justified in carrying out one of the most intense civilian punishment campaigns in history, according to Dr. Robert Pape at the University of Chicago, dropping 500-pound bombs, 1,000-pound bombs, 2,000-pound bombs on schools, hospitals, universities, bookstores, libraries, mosques, churches, refugee camps, apartment buildings, cemeteries?
Yeah, that got me. The refugee camps, like literally places that they said to go to because it's a safe zone, and then they bombed the crap out of it. Like it's happened too many times to just be a coincidence at this point. Like, no, ridiculous.
Cemeteries, destroying a higher percentage of buildings in northern Gaza than the Allies destroyed in Dresden during World War II, reducing Gaza to 42 million tons of rubble while they got people out of the way. How is that justified? Dropping a bomb, for example, on a 6-story apartment building in central Gaza last October, killing more than 100 people inside, including more than 50 children, with no Hamas target in sight, according to Human Rights Watch, with no explanation offered by the Israeli military. Even till today, was that justified, Elon? Was Israel justified in telling people to go to safe zones and then bombing them and killing them in those safe zones? According to NBC, there were 7 deadly airstrikes between January and April in areas that the Israeli military had specifically designated as safe zones, killing Palestinian civilians like Sabrine.
Oh, he did his research as well. Yeah, he definitely did his research. So 7 times they basically said, go to this safe zone, and then an airstrike would hit that safe zone. Like, once is horrific and terrible, and if they said, oh, well, that was an accident, you'd be like, okay, well, but 7 times they said, this is a safe zone. If civilians want to go there, we will not bomb this place. Go to those safe zones. And once they're there, they get bombed. Heads should roll for that. Like, that is disgusting.
That's Hunger Games bullshit. Like, it's like they
Yeah.
saw Hunger Games, where President Snow is fucking cornered and shit, and then
Yep.
they've got the children all rounded up, and then they bomb it, and oh, it's the horrible terrorists. Look what they did. They killed all our children
Yep.
and all the medics.
Mm-hmm.
And it was just staged. Just
Yep.
it's like they saw the movie and they were like, "Hey, let's do that."
Yeah. But you know, schools, hospitals, cemeteries, you know, aid workers, you know, people that are clearly designated as Red Crescent, right? So Red Crescent and Red Cross. For a start, it's illegal to use those symbols if you are not actually part of them. They're neutral. All they do is give medical aid. That is it, right? They're not combatants. They're not armed. They just give medical aid. That is the entire point. And hitting a Red Cross or Red Crescent, and there's a third one, and I don't remember what it is. It's a red something. I can't remember what the third one is, but there's another one.
Another symbol.
That's
obviously it's another symbol, but it's like the cross for Christians, the crescent for Muslims,
right.
and it's a star or something. I forget what
Red
it is.
Star, you're right. I think it's the Red Star. But hitting one of them is an actual war crime because they are not fighting. All they are doing is providing medical assistance. And I might add that using one of these symbols to conceal actual people engaging in war is also a war crime, which Israel also did because they admitted and were proudly boasting that they dressed up as Red Crescent with some of their special forces to liberate hostages. And yeah, I get what you're doing, but like if you dress up as Red Crescent, suddenly nobody can trust Red Crescent. Like it's just, it is a war crime because you're basically using the Red Cross or Red Crescent in order to engage in warfare is a war crime. So I you know, these people are simply trying to save lives. That is all. That's all.
Who was 30 weeks pregnant at the time. She was killed in a safe zone in April. Her little baby, newborn baby, died less than a week later. Was that justified too, Elon? Was Israel justified in killing a record number of kids in Gaza, 16,000 children, turning Gaza into what the UN has called a graveyard for children, according to Save the Children, killing more kids in the first 3 weeks that were killed globally in each of the past 4 years, killing little kids like 6-year-old Hind Rajab and her 15-year-old sister Leanne, firing 335 bullets into the car they were in. 335 bullets. And then killing the 2 paramedics who went to try and rescue them. Was that justified too, Elon?
Okay, so what Mehdi Hasan here is doing is solidifying the events, right? So there's a very, very sort of good tactic. Christopher Hitchens used to do it very, very well, and it is sort of you know, a rhetoric tactic, but it is solidifying actual events for what happened and not taking a wide angle view. He's giving examples that, you know, you can latch onto, like when Christopher Hitchens went in for, you know, all the horrible stuff that's happened to children and the instances of horrible things that the churches have done. He wouldn't just say the church has done horrible stuff. He would zoom into the actual events and be very well read about them to say, hey, this is an actual event that happened and this is what the church has done. It's so you can actually visualize the harm rather than it being, oh, they bombed X amount of places. And it doesn't really, you know, it doesn't really solidify in your psyche as you know, what happened. You're on mute, Ember, if you're trying to talk. It's more, it gives you a vision of what actually is occurring by using these incidents. But think about that. A car stopped. They shot 300 bullets into it. 300 bullets into it. Right? And then when the aid workers rocked up to try and save the people, and this is one of the incidents of them attacking Red Crescent, they shot them too.
Yeah, and it's really good to point this out because it is a rhetorical technique. It's very simply named. It's just exemplification, and it's used to anchor abstract in the concrete. It's
Yeah.
not the same as an appeal to emotion because it's not aiming at your emotion necessarily. It's bringing these ideas into reality. It's like what the reification fallacy tries to do, except it actually does that.
Yeah.
Was Israel justified in killing a record number of aid workers in Gaza? Right? A record number. Targeting again and again, systematically, car by car, according to Chef Jose Andres. A specifically, explicitly marked World Central Kitchen aid convoy killing 7 aid workers in the process. Was that justified? Was Israel justified in starving the people of Gaza using food and water as a weapon of war, to quote both the EU and Oxfam? Was Israel justified in blocking aid trucks from going into Gaza simply because they carry things like crutches, nail clippers, and even chocolate croissants, according to the Washington Post? Was Israel justified in raping, sodomizing Palestinian detainees who were charged with no crimes whatsoever? Putting hot rods up their rectums. Amputating their limbs, according to CNN and the New York Times. Was that rape and torture justified, Elon? Israel, according to the ICC chief prosecutor, who put out a statement calling for the arrest of Elon's former boss, Benjamin Netanyahu, said that Israel may have military goals, legitimate goals, but the way they're carried out, killing innocent people, starving people, is criminal, he said. Criminal, think about that.
Yeah. I would agree with that. They may, their goal of, or their stated goal in, getting Hamas out of power in Gaza may very well be legitimate. That would be a different debate. Should Hamas be removed from control of Gaza? That's a legitimate, debate. But the way that they're doing it is, basically slaughtering people, like just civilians. It's insane.
Yeah,
but I do like,
brutality.
Yeah. And I do like what he's doing here. Like, he's not saying, hey, can you justify the war? He's saying, can you justify these instances of what is actually happening in there as a means to an end? And no, I don't know how anybody could justify this. Like, anybody. I really don't. But then again, I don't know anybody going to justify Hamas doing the October 7th attacks. I don't know anybody could justify that. It's unjustifiable. But that doesn't mean that because somebody did something that's unjustifiable, that you're justified whatever you do in order to stop them. No, absolutely not.
Right, because he mentioned the firebombing of Dresden, right? Well,
Yeah.
Purgisnacht, April 30, in back during the war, and that was a moral controversy because so many civilians were killed.
Yep.
But even so, even in the context of that, and even in the context of Dachau and the other concentration camps, all the dead people, all the horrors that Germany in the mid-20th century perpetrated, the Allies did not try to wipe out all Germans.
Right.
That would have been a more justified time to do that kind of thing. And they didn't. There wasn't even an intention to do it,
Yeah.
Elon Levy is a former spokesperson for a man who the ICC chief prosecutor once arrested for war crimes. Elon himself has produced a number of lies, sorry, John, in service of those war crimes. He has a bunch of tweets still up tonight which say that babies were beheaded on October the 7th, babies were baked in ovens, babies were ripped from their mother's wombs. October 7th was bad enough, but Elon had to exaggerate it for atrocity purposes. Those tweets are still up. Why would you trust anything this man says to you tonight? Look, he's here. He's here to gaslight you, to defend the indefensible, to excuse the inexcusable, to justify the unjustifiable, but you don't need to. Tonight you can choose to be on the side not of cruelty, not of criminality, but on the side of the innocent people of Gaza who are being killed as we speak tonight, by Elon's former colleagues in the Israeli military on the orders of Elon's former bosses in the Israeli government. So yes, I choose to oppose this.
Yeah, that's definitely poisoning the well.
Yeah, a little guilt by association going on there.
Yeah. And I don't know whether he's doing it because that's what he intended to do. Maybe that was a strategy of his. I can't say I approve. Or he's doing it because he was called a liar by Elon. Because, if he wants to say, hey, Palestine started it, well, you started this one, Elon. You started throwing names around, so, But I love that he went, sorry, John, to the guy behind him because he knows that the moderator's going to have an issue with it, kind of thing. It's like, that's just...
Well, that's the thing. There's a difference. Like, he's saying, he has lied, and here's proof. He's not just
Right.
calling him a liar.
Right.
It's a subtle difference, but it's the difference between an insult and an ad hom, right? Like I can say what you just said is stupid, and that's an insult.
Mm.
Yeah, or I could even say you're stupid, and that's an insult. But if I say you are stupid, therefore your argument is automatically incorrect, then it's an ad hom. Like it's
No, I don't think. I think that it's implicit. I really do think that if you say, "Hey, you're stupid," I think that that's implicit in a debate to say, you know, your position is incorrect. If
well,
not,
it
why
can be
bring in?
taken that way.
Well, I think that that is the idea. Like if you're saying, "Hey, you're so stupid," kind of thing, I think that that is implicitly saying that your argument's going to be a product. If not, it's definitely poisoning the well. It's sort of saying, "Hey, because of who you are, your arguments are not worth to be listened to." And I think that he is poisoning the well. I think he's saying, "Hey, you used to work for Benjamin Netanyahu. You're still friends with people in the IDF. It's definitely saying not to believe you because of where you come from rather than your arguments." So I
Yeah,
do think he is delving into that sort of, you know, personal attacks a bit.
yeah, I get that. I'm a little hung up on the tweets that are lies. Like that's a physical
Yeah,
example of
yeah,
well, it's a digital example, but it's something people could
yes.
go check for themselves. And
Yeah,
that
absolutely.
the fact a person has lied in the past doesn't mean they're lying now. You
Right.
know?
But I think it'd be enough to say, hey, you know, his tweets have been shown. He's still like, I think that it's powerful enough to say, hey, you've put up tweets that, you know, that say this, this, and this, and that is clearly untrue and has been deemed untrue by the ICC. And, you know, you have worked for a man that is, you know, wanted by the ICC. And I think it's really powerful against his like, oh, we're doing this legal war, that the international court has said this is highly illegal and we want to arrest the person in charge of all of this. I don't know how you can recover from that to say, you know, oh, but it's still a legal war, even though, you know, the perpetrator of it needs to be arrested by the international court. I don't know how you justify that. Like it's so
Yeah.
wild.
Yeah. I mean the debate's kind of already over at this point. I don't know how we could
Mm,
possibly bring it back from this.
I don't know. Be interesting to see though.
Mhm.
I'm more here for the moderator, to be honest with you. I
For
did like
real.
really, yeah.
Horrific and homicidal motion. Thank you.
Oh, he's not happy. He's not happy. He is not happy. Yeah, sorry, John. Not happy at all.
So we're going to have a discussion with that's a little bit looser in format. But the first thing I want to say to each of you is, you know, this mutual urination contest is not helping us understand the principles involved. All right, you think he tells untruths, you think he tells untruths. You don't need to keep hitting that point, I hope, to make your argument. And again, it's not what we're about.
Yeah, all right, I'll clap the moderator. Yeah. He's trying. He's trying.
Mm-hmm.
Elon, I heard you in your opening statement say that the only moral response was for Israel to try to take Hamas down and to get the hostages home. I heard your opponent say that the manner in which it's happening is just enormous overreach with enormous consequences for an enormous number of people that he would certainly say, and I think a number of others would agree, are innocent people, not all of them, but some of them, and that represents an unjustifiable response. What we're talking about, it seems like, is proportionality. And I want you to address the issue of proportionality. This has been calculated in a number of ways. People have said that, as you said, it was the worst terrorist attack since September 11, 2001. But others would say that the number of people killed on both sides is wildly out of balance and therefore disproportionate. There's an issue to be discussed here. There's a principle to be discussed here, and that's proportionality. And what, in your view, justifies the proportionality that Israel has stepped up to in its response? And again, because I want things to move back and forth, I'll probably jump in on you after about 90 seconds, just so you have a sense.
Israel's response is proportionate to the threat that we face, which is the threat of annihilation. After perpetrating the
Yeah, I don't think Hamas can. As you said, I don't think Hamas has the ability to annihilate Israel. I don't think they have the ability to do so. It'd be like saying, you know, oh, America is threatening Canada because Canada is, they're facing annihilation from Canada. It's like they literally don't have the ability to do so. Like, let's face it. Wow, I don't know what he's
they could
talking about.
conquer Montana or something, but
Who wants Montana anyway? They're like, really,
beautiful
who wants Montana?
country.
Look, I don't know. I don't even know where Montana is. I'll be honest with you. I presume it's near the north, but
it's along the Canadian border. It's you've got Washington up in the Pacific Northwest, and
yeah.
little sliver of Idaho, that funny looking state, and then you've got this big fucking Dakota looking bastard is Montana. It shares glacier national Park with Canada.
The US does share things. Amazing. Sometimes. I'm sorry. I'm just hassling America at the moment. I don't know why.
No, that's valid. The country deserves
it. Yeah. Look, it's a beautiful country. It's got beautiful people. It's just like a lot of places, leadership is absolutely terrible. But
exactly like Israel. It's got tons of awesome history, and tons of awesome landscape, and tons of amazing fucking people. But the government is evil as hell.
You could say the same about Palestine.
Well, yeah.
Savage atrocities of October 7th, the first thing Hamas did was deny that it did them. The second thing that it did was to threaten to do it again and again until Israel is destroyed. That is what is at stake. If this war ends with Hamas...
Did they threaten that, though?
I don't know. I thought they wanted them to free Palestine from sort of, the grip of Israel rather than, saying, hey, we're going to do this until you're destroyed. I don't...
Yeah, I don't. He's been drinking his own Kool-Aid. I mean, I know he drank all the Kool-Aid, but he's.
Yeah.
There's a saying. A photographer named Rick Salmon. Maybe it's just Salmon. I can't remember exactly, but he has a plaque over his desk that says, "In all things, always remember to never believe your own bullshit."
Yeah.
Like it's just marketing, and this sounds very much like the Israeli propaganda. They're going to keep doing this over and over until Israel is destroyed. Like they didn't actually say that. We're saying that's what they're doing,
Yes, yeah.
And empowered to perpetrate more October 7th massacres, thinking that the world will keep saving it from the wars that it started. Now, proportionality is a term in international law. It doesn't mean that if they kill 1,000 people, you kill 1,000 people and call it quits. It means that for each strike, the anticipated collateral damage, the damage to civilians cannot...
Yeah, the collateral damage. Collateral. I really hate that term. I got to be honest with you. I hate that term because, civilian death is really what it is. Like let's face it. It's not, to say, collateral damage. It's not collateral damage. It's civilian death. Like, seriously. It's just called that to make it sound like, it's not civilian death, really, like that's really why they say it,
Yeah, that's politician speak. But the thing of it is, it's counterproductive because people can see through that one. They know what you're doing, and it puts them on alert to look at what else you're saying that is transparently veiled cover for something horrible. You're just admitting to doing something horrible.
Yeah. They're talking about the government shutdown. I thought the shutdown was like 39 days and counting. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah.
31 days for October plus whatever day this is. The 8th, I think. It's the
9th, but yeah. Gotcha.
Yeah, so we're verging on day 40.
Canadian US is like Australia and US. When New Zealand plays to Australia and loses, they cheer for Australia at Worlds. When Canada loses, the US cheer for Australia at Worlds. I like it. Okay.
Be excessive to the anticipated military goal.
And your argument is that has been the principle Israel has observed.
Every military expert who has...
But you're saying the military goal is to remove Hamas from power, and everyone thinks your military goal is to wipe out the Palestinian people. because you can't justify that starving people in Palestine is proportional to the goal that you're saying that you're trying to achieve, which is to defend Israel. Like, you just can't. I don't know how you can justify that.
Has observed Israel's military efforts, including just recently in the Times, the Deputy Supreme Commander of NATO has said that Israel is fighting in the most complicated urban battlefield that the world has ever seen, and he's satisfied that its rules of engagement and standard procedures are at least as rigorous as the UK and other Western allies. That's the former Deputy Supreme Commander of NATO.
Why the former
I
Deputy
actually-
Supreme Commander?
I don't know.
This sounds like one of those, like, there's a bunch of examples, but the first one that pops to mind is General Edwin Walker, right? Like, during the Kennedy years, the KKK was starting to gather steam in response to the growing civil rights movement. And there was a big white supremacy surge. And Edwin Walker was a general in the US Army. He got drummed out for not just racism, but promoting racism. He was passing out Klan flyers to his troops in the actual army, right? So Kennedy fired his ass. And he started making the tour of talk shows and shit, saying we need a Christian revolution. He didn't give a fuck about Christianity. It was about white power. And he wanted to weaponize Christianity for his white power movement, for his hate and shit. But a bunch of these, what we today would call evangelicals, revival preacher, scam artist fuckers, got in bed with him because he added, even though he'd been fired for gross violation of conduct, he still had that he's a former general. So he brought that military authority. We care about the veterans,
that
real Americans,
gravitas
vibe, you know?
Yeah, that gravitas of I held this position at one point. It's
Right.
why they're one of the founders of Greenpeace keeps getting quoted again and again and again, because he was one of the founders of Greenpeace, even though what he's saying is complete frigging nonsense. Like, he talks about, fossil fuels not being that bad and all of that kind of thing. Like, it's just, you're really just sold out. But I don't know, but like, he's saying the operational procedures, but even though they might have operational procedures in place, obviously they're not being followed, right? Because these things keep happening. Like, if the operational procedures were being followed, they wouldn't have food trucks being shot at and things like that, right? Like, clearly marked World Kitchen, but having their teams killed, and aid being stopped at the border if they're following it. But they haven't sort of said, hey, this is how we're implementing our operational procedure, and this is what has happened to the people that have violated it. They're just not doing anything about people violating it. Their IDF is violating it all the time. Nothing happens because, I think that it's understood, they understand the mission is not like to go in and minimize casualties. I think that they understand that that's not the mission.
Yeah, I was just pointing out that, like, having a single person as the source of this is, credentialed by so-and-so, having a single person do it is like the living version of a cherry pick. Like, why one person? Why is it this former person who doesn't hold any actual position anymore? Why not the actual agencies that do this, like the UN? Why are they saying it's a war crime when you're one hand-picked dude who may or may not have been paid to say so, says, oh, no, this is all fine, It's suspicious.
Yes, it is suspicious, yeah. Like, why is it that the actual agency has issued a warrant for the leader of Israel's arrest, and you're saying, no, he's following all operational procedures and they're at least as strong as the US's? And just sort of saying, hey, just because they're as strong as, exactly, and Britain and things like that. Well, I sort of remember during the Iraq War, a lot of civilians were killed, and I don't think that's right either. That's the thing. Like, I don't think that 9/11 justified the Gulf War or the Iraq War either. So what are we talking about here?
Right. Like there's so many layers of nonsense. Like 9/11 had
Yeah.
nothing to do with Iraq. The WMD
Well,
thing
yeah,
was
I
an
mean,
entirely different thing, and it was fabricated besides. Rest in
mhm,
piss, Cheney. But that's neither here nor there.
yeah,
Even setting that aside, even say the US did have the authority to go topple a horrible dictator and Saddam Hussein was as bad as they say. Whatever. You send in your teams, you send in your assassins, whatever. Like, that's not great, but that's not what they did. They sent in
right.
massive divisions and they abused the fuck out of the people. They blew up children.
Mhm,
They did all the shit that Israel is being accused of, and we have videos of it. Our own soldiers videotaped themselves
mhm,
torturing dogs for fun and posted it online for laughs.
yeah. And I mean, then there was who I consider to be an absolute hero was Chelsea Manning, and she released a video of a civilian car with journalists being acknowledged that it was a civilian car by the troops and shot the crap out of. And they knew that there was children in there because they said so before they shot it. Like it was the most damning video of a gunship crew just being just just you know a war crime. And it's nice to see after that someone got put in prison. Okay, it was Chelsea Manning who revealed it to the world that these war crimes were happening in Iraq.
Mhm. It's
So
that's,
yeah,
that's what we do. Land of the fucking free. We
after Chelsea Manning
murder
blew the
everybody.
whistle on a war crime, she was the one that was put in prison for revealing secrets that could aid or comfort the enemy.
Mm-hmm. America.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Kind of reminds me of Snowden. Oh, the government and NSA is illegally spying on you. Put that man in prison.
Yeah. How dare you reveal the criminal things we're doing?
Yeah. Yeah. Which is wild. Which is absolutely wild. But yeah, Chelsea Manning, absolute hero. She spoke up. She tried to take it to her superiors. Nobody listened. She released it and was imprisoned for telling the American people the truth about what their troops were doing. It's wild. So yeah, I don't think that sort of saying, hey, our operational things are just as good as yours is really a good place to stand. Because, yeah.
I actually want to agree. I want to agree with something Elon said. Proportionality is a difficult subject, and we shouldn't talk about this in abstract. X number here, Y number there. Let's talk specifics. The problem with a lot of spokespersons in Israel, they want to talk in abstract. I want to talk in specifics. So
He's not wrong. He's not wrong. And that's why he's solidifying and grounding those instances of war crimes, and presenting it to you as specific examples, because it is easy to miss these things in the abstract. It is easy to, when you say, oh, the Catholic Church has done a lot of wrong in the past, which is what they do. When the Catholic Church spokesperson, oh, the Catholic Church has done mistakes, it's very easy for your mind not to grasp exactly what has happened.
Right.
But if you come
about it.
right, but if you come and say, look, and like X amount of priests have abused children who trusted them, you have an actual sort of, it solidifies the harm that they've actually done. And it's a legitimate debate tactic. It's very good in a debate because you can't just brush it away as some nebulous thing that doesn't really solidify in your mind.
Yeah, you can't call it an anecdote if you can
Right.
demonstrate the whole pattern. You can't brush it aside as an argument, as an appeal to emotion when it's a specific example of the thing you're
Right.
trying to generalize. It's bringing
Right,
your
right, right.
bullshit into reality.
Yep. And Christopher Hitchens was a master at it, an absolute master of it. And I think Mehdi's doing very well to solidify those things that are, we would, if they happened to us, it would be horrific. Like we can't just gloss over them as, oh, well, this is what happens in war. Because that's a lot of the rhetoric being used. Oh, this is just the kind of stuff that happens in war. it's not acceptable. It's not.
We talk about proportionality, we talk about discrimination, we talk about war crimes. Last October, shortly after October 7th, Israeli forces struck a 3-story residential building in Gaza City. They killed 15 members of the Al-Dos family, 7 children. According to Amnesty International, the survivors say no warnings. Elon told us there were warnings. No warnings were given to evacuate. Amnesty found no evidence of any military targets in the area, and Israel to this day has offered no explanation for that strike.
And Amnesty International, famously a neutral charity, it doesn't really take sides at all. All it does is try to protect life, protect civilians. It doesn't have really a dog in the race. And this is what you'll find with the Israel war, unfortunately. There's all of these neutral charities and human rights organizations are saying, hey, this is horrible stuff that is happening. And, they say sort of listen to the former UN general, whatever, it was one person. No, we want to listen to the human rights organizations that have a clear, motivation to just point out human rights violations. That's all they're there for.
So, for the dead Al-Dos family members, Elon, can you tell us why they were killed?
Mr. Hasan, the IDF does not owe you immediate answers, and the fact that Amnesty speaks... The fact that Amnesty speaks to local witnesses intimidated by Hamas does not mean that there was...
What?
Okay, so you're basically saying proportionality is being followed. The actions being taken by our military are in line with the outcomes that we need to accomplish. So Mehdi Hasan, this is why I love Mehdi Hasan. Like, okay, some things I disagree with him. He is a magnificent debater, magnificent. So he said, okay, let's use that, right? So, okay, so this entire family was killed. These children were killed. That you've already said that the actions they're taking, the independent people said there were no Hamas forces. There was no reason for them to be killed. No military objective in the area, much less in the building. Mm-hmm. What is the reason why they were killed? Because you're saying that the reasons are in line, the actions were in line with the reasons, the objective. So there must be a reason. So what's the reason? And he says, the IDF don't have to answer to you. I'm not going to give a reason.
Is Israel's actions justified? And he just brings it to the point. And he says, can you justify this? And he goes, we don't have to answer to you.
Yeah.
What are you doing here then, sir?
Yeah. Yeah, so 17 people in a residential building killed by the IDF with no military target anywhere in the area. And he says, can you justify that talking about proportionality? I'm not going to. Well, I think he just lost the debate completely,
Not a military target.
But was there? Because Israel has never said there was a military target.
Hamas booby-trapped 40% of Gaza's...
Okay, so he's saying, hey, there are a lot of civilians that are, in the way of military targets. What was the military target? Because Israel has never... But failing that, right, and this is what Hasan does. He's basically said, was there a military target? Because Israel has never said whether there was or not, and he really doesn't want to answer it. Because if he says yes, he's locked into a fact that then he may have to justify. If he says no, then obviously he loses that argument that action was justified, and that undermines his greater argument that Israel is being proportional. So instead he chooses not to answer at all, which looks even worse. Mm-hmm. Right? This is the thing. There's 3 options here. A yes, which he looks bad, because it conflicts with all of the independent reporting on it. He says no, which makes him look awful, or he just doesn't answer at all, which makes him look terrible. And like he's not trying to evade the question, which he probably is. Let's face it, he probably is.
It's like the weakest possible answer, and he has to know that. Why would he do that? Unless the answer is so damning that looking as bad as possible is actually a smokescreen in some way. Like, why would This is like, I don't know. I haven't seen a debater actually do that since I was a freshman in high school.
Well, I think it's because, like, he can't say yes, right? He knows that Hasan is going to have stats and sources that completely undermine that there was military targets there, right? Like, so he's going to say, oh, yes, there was a military target there. Well, what is it? You know, these sources say there wasn't. Why would they be lying? You know, et cetera, et cetera. And he doesn't want to go down that route. And he can't say, you know, no, there was no military target there, because that obviously makes him look terrible. So he does the only other option open to him, and that's to try to weasel his way out of it.
Buildings. It dug tunnels underneath homes and schools.
We're back
and
to
hospitals.
generalities, Elon.
No, not
Why did you kill
generalities.
15 members of the
Mr.
Al
Hasan,
Doss family?
I do
Let
not
him
know, and I
speak,
do
please.
not need to explain
You
every
do.
single
You literally
strike.
do. That's what you're
No,
here today.
Mr.
You need to
Hasan.
explain.
Yeah, and Mehdi's sort of onto him. But yeah, like, don't forget what he said. They've booby trapped 40%. Were they in the 40%? Like, you know, just because... Yeah, but like, just because 40% of a place is dangerous doesn't mean that you nuke the entire place. Like, that's the problem. If they were in part of the 60% that wasn't booby trapped, and a part of the, even if you say 80% had military targets, were they part of the 20%? That's the whole point. You're saying it's justified, but you're saying, okay, well, the entire thing, odds on, like, even if you take just pure percentages, you know, odds are 60% they weren't in a booby-trapped area, right?
Mhm.
But if you just the percentages themselves say that they weren't in a booby-trapped area, and if you're saying, hey, we just leveled it because it could have been booby-trapped, and there were a lot around, you killed 17 people to hit a 40% chance. What the hell?
It's almost like the goal was to kill the 17 people.
Or just take down the building. And you didn't care who was in it. You know, and considering the amount of damage that, I mean, what Mehdi Hasan said, like, there was less damage done to the German infrastructure and buildings in the firebombing of Dresden than there was in this war. It's almost like they want to destroy all of the infrastructure and buildings. You know, like, that is their plan. So then they can say, hey, Trump, do you want to rebuild it for us? You know, make it into a resort or something? I don't know. It's weird, right? It's strange. Because during the firebombing of Dresden, they weren't interested in taking out the leadership. They wanted to destroy everything. That was the point. They wanted to actually take down the buildings. And this one, they're saying, oh, that's not our goal. But they're doing better than... Wow, okay, yeah.
Yeah, like, well, they can't make the same argument the Allies made. Like, firebombing Dresden, if it weren't being done by a military, it would be terrorism. It was supposed to strike fear into the hearts of the Germans to demoralize them and hurt the war effort. But also, Dresden was a manufacturing center where they made munitions and shit. So destroying many, many factories along with the rest of the city did have an actual tactical purpose to it. Although they could have done it more efficiently and with fewer casualties. But at least they had that justification. They can't do that in Gaza because... there's no factories. There's no munitions plants. These people have fucking nothing.
Yeah. Yep.
No, Mr. Hasan. Because in this war, Israel is seeking to neutralize the threat of a terrorist army that has a deliberate strategy.
I'm going to have to get the mic cut switched,
innocent
please.
Civilians.
Thank you. Sorry, go ahead.
Hamas has a deliberate strategy of sacrificing its innocent civilians, and this is a strategy that you are enabling by always deflecting blame onto Israel instead of considering...
Wait, but Hamas didn't sacrifice these people. Like, what were they sacrificed for? That's his point. Like, what military target were they sacrificed to protect? Because he hasn't given us the military target. He's just said, hey, the Hamas in general sacrificed civilians to protect their military and stuff like that. Okay, there might be some of that going on. But he's saying what in this instance? And if you're saying, hey, that's going on, but it's not in this one, why should we believe you? Like, I don't understand it. He's basically saying, why did this family die? And you're saying, hey, over here, look over here. Hamas is doing something wrong. Well, why did this family die? Wow, I just don't understand this. This is really weak. He's obviously does not want to address this issue. But where does he go from here? Does he say, hey, there was a military target? Does he say, this was an accident? And, if I was him and I wanted to justify this, I would say, hey, that there may not have been a military target, and we thought there was a military target, and this is the kind of stuff that happens during a war that these people started, kind of thing, that occasionally these things happen. I know it hasn't been occasionally, and Mehdi Hasan would probably jump on that, but it's better than doing what he's doing at the moment, which is just weaseling.
Many, many weasel words. But the question is he really this bad at debate, or is he drawing your attention away from something else?
What do you mean?
I don't know. I don't see something that he's clearly, like, when a lot of politicians, and maybe it's because the American politicians have been so bad lately, that when they wave with their right hand, to look at their left hand. And there's always money in it. There's always money in it. But in this guy's case, I don't see what his left hand is doing, but he's doing a lot of fucking waving with his right.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. I mean, there could be, but I think it's just, I think that Mehdi is right, that he's trying to talk in generalities so he doesn't have to talk about the specifics of what is happening. That, oh, this is what Hamas is doing. I don't know what he'd be hiding except for that he doesn't, he knows that civilians are being killed, but he wants there to be a justification for it when no justification exists. That these people...
It could well be he's just panicking. He doesn't know what to say, so he's just deflecting out of reflex, and it's making him look like he's floundering and failing. It could be.
Because maybe he knows full on well that they're targeting civilians. That was a legitimate target under the current rules that they're doing. That, hey, if you have a building there that is high and a sniper could possibly in some sense get up to there, just take it out, kind of thing. Possibly. I don't know. I have no idea. I just think that he knows that there was no reason those civilians were killed, no good reason anyway, and he's just panicking and saying whatever, like, oh, but with the entire war, they've got trenches and they've got this and they've got that. Yeah, but it doesn't justify attacking civilians. Those civilians didn't have, booby traps and machine gun nests and whatever else you're talking about. They didn't have those. So Mehdi's right. He's going to generalities, not so to take your mind off, hey, specifically, this is horrible. I don't know. It's weird.
Mm-hmm.
But I have to say, Mehdi's a really good debater. It's why I want to cover one of his debates.
Yeah.
Bring the real question of why Hamas built its military assets into civilian areas. Under international law, Israel is obligated to give precaution where those feasible precautions are possible.
Okay,
and it has done that by
let Mehdi come in, please.
urging...
I need to say two things. To be clear. To be clear. "15 people were killed, 7 children. You were spokesperson for the Israeli government at the time. Israel has never given an explanation. When you say I do not need to explain myself, you literally do. You were the spokesperson for the government that committed a war crime, and you came to a debate tonight to defend war crimes. So you literally do. Number two...
Wow, yeah.
Just nail it right through it.
Yeah. the debate is about, is the actions of Israel justified? That's an action of Israel. You're here to say it is justified. He's right. And this is what gets me. And as sort of some of the debates that I've had really, sort of it resonates with me what he's saying, because you'll go into a debate of is Christian morality superior, and then they refuse to actually debate, like, for instance, secular humanism, right? And they'll just talk about secular stuff. And it's like you're in a debate where Christianity against secular humanism, you don't want to talk about Christianity and you don't want to talk about secular humanism. You want to put up, only the good Christian parts or whatever good Christians have done versus secularism in general, and this sort of changing the topic of the debate is freaking annoying, because, you feel like going, have you come to the wrong debate? You're talking about Stalin for secular humanism, and you're talking about, only charity for Christianity, food banks and things, without talking about anything else. And it's like you have basically shifted the goalpost on both sides of the field. You've reduced the goals to that much for Christianity, and you've increased it to secularism in general, which is like 10 miles long. Like, it is this reductionist kind of attitude. And so he's really doing the same thing. He's sort of shifting those goalposts and really making it so the target is so small. It's not right. He has to justify the actions of Israel, but, he wants to talk about, well, the entire doing something. And he said at the start, doing something is justified. I mean, how vague is that?
Right?
Right.
Oh, I'm doing something. Oh my.
Right.
Random, but for the way you mentioned how he's like manipulating the representation of both sides. For the longest time, when I was in high school on the high school debate team, I thought steel man meant the opposite of straw man, in that instead of making the other side look weak, you make your side look unreasonably strong. And it comes to
gotcha.
Sort of the same thing. It's like you're both straw man the other side and building up this falsely righteous representation of your own side.
Yeah.
Number two, you'll notice, John, how Elon quickly went to abstract generalities. Let's talk specifics. Let's talk about tunnels. I think it's abhorrent to hide tunnels under civilian targets. I wish they didn't do that. But when Israel shoots children in the head, 3 American doctors went to Gaza. Dr. Fayaz Sidwa, Dr. Irfan Galaria, and a Jewish American doctor called Dr. Mark Perlmutter. All of them came back at separate times, said children were brought into hospitals we were in with gunshot to the head, sniper shots. Perfect. Exact targets. There is no tunnel that justifies shooting toddlers in the head, Israeli snipers. Or you can tell us why. You can defend that.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. No, that's pretty thing. So he's used doctors that went over there, probably Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders, if you're not French, who they are neutral doctors. Basically, they don't hold allegiance to any country. They don't hold allegiance while they're working as doctors, and just treat whoever comes in, doesn't matter who they are, doesn't matter which side they're on. It's one of the organizations I heavily promote as being a good organization. For them to be targeted would be an absolute travesty. It would be a travesty, because all they do is preserve human life. For them to say, hey, we've got like a ridiculous amount of children who have been taken out by sniper shots to the head is disgusting. Like, that's awful. And one of them is a Jewish doctor, right? Like, what possible reason do they have for lying about this? And it also falls in line with what the aid people have been saying, what the food people have been saying, what the human rights people have been saying. It's not just, it's the Hamas people claiming this.
Right.
Right. Like,
It's egregious as hell, which is why, like,
Yep.
I don't know what the hell people think is going on in The Hague, but they don't just capriciously go, you know what, that BB
Yep.
fella, let's just arrest him. Let's just put out an
Yeah.
award for his. No, that you have to have overwhelming a preponderance of evidence that a person has crossed a whole fuck ton of lines before they'll even
Mhm.
consider indicting the sitting head of a state.
Yep. And it's not just, The Hague as well. Like the amount of reports that are rolling in is out of control, and it's from neutral people that have no stake in Palestine being a state or Palestine not being a state. They don't really care. They're just there to feed people, for instance. And there's been a lot of reports of the food trucks like World Kitchen being shot at. Like, they're trying to get them out of there. They don't like them giving them food, which is ridiculous. That is awful.
Mehdi, forgive me for going abstract, but
Please.
I do want to go to some principles here. So you are listing a number of specific
Yes.
incidents that you feel cumulatively add up to a very, very much an overreaction.
War crimes, John, not an overreaction, war crimes.
All right, call them war crimes. In not so much in the abstract, but what would have been an appropriate response to what happened that would not cross the line to proportionality?
It's a good question. It's a great question. So I'll answer
but
that.
it's entirely outside the scope of the debate.
Right.
It's like
Right.
saying,
Well,
what would be a good way to store Walt Disney's corpse? Like, great question, but the fuck does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
Well, I think that what he's getting at is, is the justification that Israel had no other option kind of thing. Like, so I think that's what he's getting at. That, as Elon says, like, did Israel have to do this by what happened? And I think it is a valid question, because you're basically saying, well, if this isn't justified, what would be justified? Right? Like, what would be the justified action?
Right.
And so I think it is
Where
a valid
should the
one.
bar be? And there's a huge range of
Right.
possible options, but the fact of the matter is Israel had all the power in the situation. There wasn't
Right.
even a requirement for a military retaliation. Israel could have just blockaded them and said, y'all are locked in
Yes.
until you give back the hostages, and they better be
Yes.
fucking alive.
Yeah.
They didn't even have
Absolutely.
to use violence necessarily.
Necessary. Right. No, I totally get it. I absolutely get it. But I think that that's an easy question to answer. And I think that even if they did only target the military, as they say they are, I think that if they followed what they said they would do, which is just target the military, I think that it would be less brutal than what is happening now, where they're clearly targeting civilians. I don't think that's even debatable anymore. So, I don't know. I would be interesting to see what his response would be. I just do think it's a valid question to say, hey, what should have the response been?
Well,
If,
I don't know. I mean, it is, but it could have been phrased better. Like you're saying, this is too far. Maybe not what is the optimal response, but where is the line? Like, how far, at what point does it become too far?
No, yeah, no, I get you. Yeah. But I think when you're having, aid workers killed rocking up to places, I think that's a line. When they're clearly marked as aid workers, I think that's a problem, quite frankly.
Two ways. One is, I'm not someone who has ever, and you can look at my record on this, whether it's the UK, the US, both of my countries, I'm American, British, I've criticized targeted assassinations, even by the US and the UK. I'm the loser, and people in New York, there's going to be an unpopular statement, who says that people like bin Laden should be tried, not assassinated. That's who I'm, a stinking liberal. But, given we live in a world where America, Britain, Israel, multiple countries, India is now accused of targeting its enemies, killing its enemies, you could have tried to take out the leaders of the group without wiping out the entire place. I find it interesting that Israel, hold on, I find it interesting that Israel was able to pinpoint kill Ismail Haniyeh in a house in a foreign country. But when it comes to Gaza...
That was a Irani general, I believe.
Yeah.
They managed to pinpoint the exact house he was in and guide laser precision munitions into. And Mehdi Hasan's got a point.
It was an apartment partway up in a
Right.
They put a
Right,
missile
right.
through his wall without damaging
Yeah.
upstairs or downstairs neighbors.
Right. And they have the capacity to do this. So, you know, I don't understand why they
Have to level entire
they
cities
yeah,
to get to a factory that isn't there.
right. Right. You know, like it seems like they have the capacity. I mean, they do have some of the munitions that the US had and better munitions now since the Gulf War. And in that they were putting like laser guided missiles down ventilation shafts kind of thing. Like, it was ridiculous how pinpoint and accurate they were. Even during the Gulf War, which was a long time ago now, they've got way better at pinpointing their munitions. So why the widespread destruction is a really good point. That's a really good point.
That's a like, I'm impressed by it, because as broad a scope as I try to think about these types of issues, when we were talking about Iran, it like flashed across my mind, but not this association between the pinpoint capability and we have to level, hundreds of square miles. Clearly they don't have to. I mean, they can assassinate toddlers. Why can't they assassinate the people they're actually supposedly after?
Yeah, I don't know. While we're here, actually, I think I do have some, and I gotta do this before I forget. Yes, Proby, you've got good points, mate. Just don't call people full of crap. Like, seriously, come on, dude. Wow. But anyway, I'm going to give out some readerships. Hopefully, I can hit Proby with it. Just make him a little happier.
Oh, my brain! So I have an evil
I
part of
thought
my
it
brain
did.
that is absolutely not just amoral, but
Oh, there we go.
immoral, right? And the very
Right.
first thing that came to mind in that part of my brain, which I condemn and disavow, was maybe you can hit Proby like a Gazan toddler.
Wow. Okay, that's dark.
Why
That's
is my
dark.
brain like? Okay, I know why my
I
brain's
don't know.
like this.
I
We've been
don't
going
know.
through some shit over here, folks.
Yeah, I get you. Okay. Well, let me see if I can cheer you people up. And yeah, it is totally. Oh, I hit Sydney. Oh, what a shot. What a shot. Yeah, so those those go out to Sydney, Raptor, Thomas Kelly, Jack O'Land. We've got a Halloween one.
That's a
That's
cool
awesome.
name.
Jack O'Landon, Jason Hyatt, and Martino Berto. Oh, it's nice to say Martino. I think they're a Christian, but they're actually quite good to talk to. Like, they're very, that they'll have an actual conversation rather than just preach at you, which I'm kind of getting sick of these days. So, yeah. Yep. Bonk. There you
That's
go.
fair.
Cheers, Jason. You're already a member? Oh, God damn it. All right. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that. That's terrible. Thank you anyway. I ruined it. I totally ruined it. Well, maybe I could have hit somebody else. I don't know. Maybe I could have hit Doremi Fasiliado. I think that's Ugly German Truths. I'd still prefer your Ugly German Truths name. I got to be honest with you, mate. No, that's cool, man. Like, yeah, keep discussing. All good. But yeah, I'm sorry it's so dark. Like, seriously, I'm sorry it's so dark, Sterling. It's just, I wanted to do Mehdi Hasan because the debates that I've seen him in are absolutely on point. Like, he's been really good, and I don't agree with everything he says. It's just he's very good at debate. I have to say, and we're here to examine and autopsy debates. I thought he'd be a good choice. I'm sorry it is so dark. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Oh,
a rough topic. It's always going to be, but yeah,
all
Mehdi is
right, that's
very
fair.
impressive, and this forum, John Donvan, this moderator, he's also a correspondent for ABC News, but he's been doing this since before it was called this. They called the show something else until like 2024 or something. Yeah,
Okay.
it's
I did
a
not
cool
know that.
It's good to know. Yeah, we're learning lots of
Yeah.
interesting things today.
Oh, for sure.
When it comes to the Gaza Strip, they had to wipe out the whole place. They had to reduce it to 42 million
Okay,
tons of rubble. And one final point,
Yeah.
I just got on factual points. Elon, they're not your neighbors, they're people you occupy, just to be clear.
He's got a point. He's got a point. I mean, I don't have control over my neighbor's power and water and things like that. He's got a point.
Yeah, I mean that is okay. We should, since what we're here to do is to highlight the rhetorical strategies and the logical fallacies and all this sort of different stuff. We've been mentioning how Ellie on here is using weasel words, propagandistic terms to obfuscate the severity of the things he's been saying, to lessen the impact of the things he's been advocating for. And what Hasan has just done is undoing a little bit of that, like taking one of those masking terms and peeling it off. They're not your neighbors.
Right.
You're occupying them. Don't use
Right,
it as
right.
colloquialism. Say what it is. That's
Right.
a strategy you can use against that kind of weasel bullshit.
And he's got a point, you know, like, yeah, it's not a neighboring nation. It's not. Because they and what's interesting is that he's used Israel's position against him, because Israel doesn't recognize Gaza as a nation, right? Like, they do not recognize the state of Palestine. So you can use that against them by saying, hey, it can't be a neighbor. You don't recognize them as a neighbor.
So I'm hoping you'll let point number 2 slide, and please take on point number 1. What Mehdi's saying, that there would have been.
I don't think he's going to let point number 2 slide. I don't think he's going to, sir. I don't think, you know, being seen as occupiers will really help him at all. I think that Mehdi's also using sort of generalization words. I don't think that they're being occupied so much as they are an apartheid people, basically. That's debatable. I get why you'd say that. Any country that is recognizing the state of Palestine, which is including Australia, think that they're being occupied because they're their own state, right? Like, so if you don't have control in your state, you are being occupied. However, other countries which don't recognize Palestine as a state, like your country, the United States, they wouldn't say that they're being occupied. They would say that it may be a state of apartheid where one ethnic background does not have the same rights as everybody else, but they're not being occupied, right? So it all depends on what you think Palestine is, whether Palestine is a nation and a state, or whether it is not, right, and is part of Israel. That it all depends on that.
Well, yeah,
Like calling
because
them
the term occupied is a definitional one, but when you
Right.
boil it down to what's actually happening, not what the words represent, then I think occupation is probably closer. Because, like, I'm again thinking of the Native American reservations, which are semi-autonomous territories. Like, it varies
Right.
from reservation to reservation. The
Sure.
Cherokee Nation, for example, can issue its own passports. The Onondaga Nation cannot. You know, they all have different amounts of power and immediate sovereignty. And it depends on what you mean. Like, again, the Onondaga Nation, it exists entirely within, well, there's 2 of them, actually. There's one in New York State and another one in Wisconsin, but it's complicated. The point is, New York State could shut off the water to the Onondaga Nation. Are they
Yes.
occupied?
Kinda. I
Kinda,
guess.
yeah. I mean, they're not an open armed rebellion, although there have been times.
Yes.
But that's a whole other situation.
Yeah, but it all depends. But he's using his position against him, kind of thing. Like, you know, it can't be a neighbor if you have control over it, kind of thing. You know, like, in such control. But there's instances where in those nations, those Native American nations, like the cops can't just go into them kind of thing. They've got their own internal police force and then laws that apply within those borders kind of thing. It's not the same for Palestine, right? Like they can really roll into Palestine whenever they want. So yeah, but I think it's up in the air. I think it's up in the air. But I think that without recognize them as a nation, it's hard to say that's our neighbor. Right, like if you like the US does not recognize it, Britain does apparently. So Mehdi Hasan recognized Palestine as a separate nation. So he's saying they are occupiers because England does and the US doesn't. So I mean he's a dual citizen of both, so he can really come down on any side. But
yeah, it's an interesting situation because I mean,
yeah,
especially in the case of Israel, since it's a constructed nation in the first place. It's like
well, aren't all nations constructed?
Well, to an extent. Most of them
Yeah.
I'd say are self-constructed. Like people are like, we want to erect a nation for ourselves, kind of thing.
Right.
Whereas this was
right.
like, we're going to carve out a nation for this group of people to call a homeland, kind of deal. You know, so
Yeah,
it
I
was
suppose
like
so, yeah.
colonial, but not the same
Colonial,
way
yeah.
colonial.
Yeah,
Everything
yeah.
about Israel is slightly unique, right? Nothing is completely analogous to any other situation in history. Like Jason was just bringing up Puerto Rico. It is an American territory, but considering its semi-autonomous nature, because it's not quite a state, and even if it were a state, it's still under federal power, and so on and so forth. You know, would we consider that because it's semi-autonomous to be a neighbor or an occupied territory? Because it is a territory, but also the difference with Puerto Rico is we keep giving them a vote every so often. There's no regular schedule to it, but every 10 years or so they have a vote, and they have three options, you know, remain, be independent, or become a state. And so far, remain as a territory has either won or there's been no clear winner, and so the default is remain.
Really?
Yeah.
That seems unusual, consider how much they sort of decry being a territory.
I know.
That seems
but they
unusual.
can't. The problem is the deadlock, right? Because Puerto Rico, I don't know the people and the culture very well. And being American, we don't learn much about our Spanish-speaking population here.
Right.
But as I understand it, there's something of a deadlock. Like about a third of the people want full autonomous independence. Like they don't want to be part of the US anymore, but not enough to fight over it the way the Philippines did. And then about a third of the people want to be a state. They want to be fully incorporated and have their own senators and have a full say in the government. And about a third of the people just don't give a shit. They just don't want things interfering with their life.
Fair enough.
So they're stuck until somebody can persuade someone else.
A self-defense response that he feels might have been more appropriate, that he also feels would have been within the capability of the Israeli military. What's your response to that?
Notice the general pattern of argumentation we're seeing here. Gosh, October 7th was terrible. Hamas shouldn't have done that. Gosh, Hamas built tunnels under schools and hospitals. It shouldn't have done that. The question is what Israel may legitimately do once
No, that's not the question I asked you.
No, but I'm explaining.
Even the moderators call it.
The moderator is the best thing about this, quite frankly. He's like, that's not the question I asked you.
Yes.
Man, where has this kind of stuff gone? Where have the moderators gone that are like, no, this is the question. We hold you to this question. Well, instead of them going off on some rambling.
Right. In so many of these internet debates, it's always the moderator is just there to make sure you don't talk over your time and so on and so forth. In like these expert level debates, we see moderators asking questions directly to the interlocutors. Like, I want to know this. Tell me this, And I love to see it.
I mean, I couldn't see Frank Turek doing that, right? Like, jumping in there and going, that isn't the question I asked. Like Frank Turek was just sitting up the back like a muffin on a plate, just doing nothing.
At least he didn't get up to go get a sandwich.
Well, that's true. That's true. That's true. Are you? Which moderator got up to go get a sandwich? Was
Well,
that
I don't know that
James?
James went to get a sandwich, but during your last debate on MDD, he just got up and
He
fucked
just
off
left,
for
yeah.
several minutes, multiple times.
Yeah. hmm And if ever there was a debate that needed moderation, it was fucking that one, quite frankly. Like, seriously.
What you did.
And Mr. Hassan's response is, well, if Israel could take out a terrorist leader thousands of miles away who wasn't expecting that he could be targeted, surely it can reach the terrorists who are hiding inside a bunker under a hospital, probably surrounded by hostages as human shields. Hamas rigged the battlefield. Hamas rigged the battlefield to shield its military assets under civilians, and it left Israel with no option of getting to those leaders.
Okay, no
other
option,
than
no
going
other
through
option.
the civilians.
No option is what you're about to say.
Sorry?
What military assets? Did they have fucking Black Hawk helicopters
don't
hidden
know.
in those tunnels?
I have no idea. I mean, as far as I knew, they used ultralights to get into Israel for the initial attack, so they're not exactly packing state-of-the-art weaponry down there.
Yeah. Like they used up pretty much their entire stock of missiles on the October 7th attack, or rockets even. They're not even missiles.
Yeah. They're not, no, they don't really have any missiles as far as I'm aware, but yeah, rockets definitely. Welcome to the In Time people as well. Looks like we're being raided by the Time Travelers. Thank you for joining us. We are talking happy and light and, just positive and optimistic things.
Oh, for sure.
Analyzing a debate on the war in Gaza. So the title of this debate, if you're coming in as a time traveler, is "Was the war on Gaza justified?" So yeah, it's happy and optimistic, and no bad feelings or bad thoughts in here. But thanks, Titan. Appreciate you.
This show has been rated twice now. I sent people over from my stream right at the very beginning.
Oh,
That's why
thank you.
I timed it the way I did. And
Okay.
now there's the Time Travelers. Does that mean that Mark Reed atheism is now occupied territory?
Probably, yeah. I mean, it always has been. Let's face it.
Look, Isandering's here. You've been invaded by a superior military force.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I mean, I've never been in control of who comes into my channel, so it's always been occupied in that sense. I mean, so yeah. That's all right. That's okay. I like the people. So yeah.
First of all, as we've discussed, and I'm here all night, Elon can take his time, they killed 15 members of the Doss family, 7 children.
We can continue this at the reception afterwards if you want.
I'll happily ask you, why did the government that you served in kill 15 innocent people in an apartment building?
Hold
on, this is very important, because there's no evidence Hamas was there. He's not even tried to make that claim.
Just in the interest of time, you've asked it. It's become a rhetorical
question. It's crucial to the argument. Elon wants to go
It hasn't become a rhetorical question. He just never answered it. No, I did. Yeah. Look, the moderator's been fantastic. I disagree with him on this point. He's asking why those people were killed. Yeah. The only reason why it would be rhetorical is because he knows the answer. That's the only reason it would be rhetorical, because there was no reason. And if that's the case, then that action wasn't justified. I think that you could argue that, hey, it was just the collateral damage, or just, it was unjustified because it was an accident or something. But the fact that he doesn't want to admit it, I think that makes him look weak. I think he's better eating it, to be honest with you. I think he should, and just say, hey, that one may have been a consequence of war. Because that is what, like, it doesn't matter what the war is. If there is a full-scale war, there will be civilians that suffer during it. That is just a consequence of war. So just sort of saying, hey, that is an unfortunate consequence of what Israel had to do is a lot better answer than, I don't have to tell you what the IDF was trying to do in this case.
Right.
Like, that's like eating that, hey, there's some I guess some unfortunate, horrible death that occurs. But I think that he's trying to be too clever. I think that Elon on the Israel side is trying to be too clever and saying that not only the war is justified, but every single action in every single case was justified. And I don't think he needs that standard of proof, right? I don't think he needs to say,
No.
I have to justify every single action of every single soldier. He's just got to justify the war on Gaza. And I think that he knows that he can't, and he's trying to avoid anything unjustified. And I don't think he has to do that. Would you agree?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I've so many thoughts. First of all, I'm so confused by his strategy, possibly because there isn't actually a strategy, and I'm trying to find something that isn't there. But
Right.
like he's got this big old turd sandwich that he has made for himself. He has taken this upon himself to defend it, and he could either just bite the thing and lie to our faces and say it's delicious, or he can try to tell us there isn't actually a turd in there. He just doesn't want to bite it for religious reasons or something, you know?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
just
I don't
bite
know.
the bit.
I just think that out of all the strategies you could have taken to this very specific example, the one that he's choosing is the weakest, because it basically makes him look like there is no justification and he's just lying. You know what I mean? Like he's basically saying, I don't have to justify it, but there was justification. Well, then what? You're not justifying it, but there is justification. How can you possibly take that tact? I don't know. It's very, very strange.
It's almost a
and just makes him
kind of thing, you know? Like,
yeah.
well, we didn't know what we didn't know, but we do know.
Yeah.
Sort of.
And just it's like the Chewbacca defense. You just make the people's head explode and walk away victorious kind of thing. I don't know. It just seems really weak. And Hasan's going to go on about this because he's like, this man is smart. He knows as long as he keeps being so dodgy, he looks like he is trying to cover up an atrocity. And that's the problem. Elon is making himself look like he's trying to cover up an atrocity. And yeah, it's an atrocity. Guess what? Atrocities happen in wartime. And that doesn't not justify the war, but, you know, it's just something that you're going to have to accept. And
if you own it, you look more honest, you know? But yeah, this is a really good, like, I don't know what the fuck Elian is thinking he's doing here, but Hasan knows he's looking more and more guilty. And so that's a good strategy. If you ever catch your opponent fucking up like this, keep hitting that button. Make him dance like a dead weasel on a string, because the audience sees it.
Yeah, absolutely.
Saying there was when he says there was no other option, what is your response to that?
Well, no one in the world agrees with that. That's why Israel's become a pariah in the world, because even
what was the option, Mr. Hasan? What would you have had us do?
Even Joe Biden, the most
what does October 7th justify?
I already answered that question. Even Joe Biden, the most pro-Israel president of my lifetime, who has backed Israel with weapons and arms, has gone on the record saying too much indiscriminate bombing. You've killed too many innocent people. Even the people on your own side say you're killing too many people, Elon. But Mr. Hasan, not accept.
Well, that is true, actually. You know, there are protests in Israel because there is too much indiscriminate bombing. He's not wrong.
Yeah,
that a lot of people have come out saying that.
People refusing the draft, right? Like, because in Israel, it's a little different. It's not like, I don't know how it is in other countries, but in the US, when you hit 18, you're supposed to sign up for selective service and get drawn for a draft if we have to, whatever. In Israel, it's mandatory service. You have to sign up and report for duty, and you're off. And if there's a conflict like there is now, they have to go do the thing. And a bunch of students who are just turning 18 are like, we're not going. They're ripping up their papers. They're going to jail. It's to the point that they have a routine process in place. There are so many people refusing their legally mandated service over the severity of the atrocities in Gaza. They're like, it's not that I don't love my country. It's not that I won't do my duty. It's that I won't support this specifically.
Yes.
As long as we're doing this, I will not serve. And
they're conscientious objectors is what they're called. They are people that will not fight because they object to the morality of this engagement.
Yeah, and they've routinized the process. You know, we spoke to a trans student who was she was dealing with extra issues because she wasn't even clear which prison she'd be put into because she's trans.
Right.
But she was still doing it anyway because, she has moral standards. And
Yep.
she was like, okay, so this is the process. Like, first I'm going to have to go report to the office and then tell the recruiter guy to his face, I refuse. Like, they have a whole script laid out because it happens so much. And then I go home, and then later that night, the MPs come and they'll take me to prison for like 30 days. And then they let me out. And then within the week, I have to go back to the recruiter's office and say, I refuse again. And the process repeats.
Yep.
It's like,
Yeah.
if you get 10 refuse punches on your card, is the 11th one free? Like,
Mr. Hasan, too many people have been killed. The number of people who should have been killed is 0. Too many people were killed when Hamas's psychopath leaders, who are funded by your paymasters in Qatar, maybe you share a slack.
All right, let's...
Oh, wow. Okay. His paymasters in Qatar.
Hasan's ready to throw down now. Look at his eyes. He's like, you done crossed the line, bitch.
So if you're unfamiliar, Hasan is a British-born journalist who holds an American passport because he became a citizen of the United States. Okay, that's his background. He's a journalist. He was born in Britain, and he's a US citizen, so he's a dual citizen British-US. If there was any truth to him taking paychecks from Qatar, they would drill him to the wall. Like, this is ridiculous. Like, don't get me wrong. I'm sure that he, ethnically he's from the Middle East, but he was born in Britain. He wasn't born in Palestine. He wasn't born in Qatar. Like, this is just a slur. This is just a ad hominem. It's poisoning the well. It's basically saying, hey, you're Middle Eastern, so you've got to have a paycheck from Qatar.
Isn't it so wild how this dude, I guess ostensibly he's Israeli since he was a high up IDF officer or some shit. He's calling the other dude effectively Arab scum, but they're identically brown. They're both Middle Eastern people. What do you think you're doing here, buddy?
Yeah, so Mehdi Hasan is a British Indian journalist and commentator born to Swindon, England, to immigrant parents from India. He was educated at Merchant Taylor's School. He began his career in television research and production for the ITV network before moving to roles at BBC, Sky News. Okay, yeah, real Islamic one there, Sky News,
right?
And Channel 4. He later became a political editor.
Liberals.
Right. Sky News, which is basically Fox News for England and Australia. Horrendously right wing. And Channel 4. He later became a political editor for the New Statesman and the UK Huffington Post. Oh, here it is. And a presenter for Al Jazeera and MSNBC. Al Jazeera, I find them a lot more neutral than most of the American networks. So I got to be honest with you. I do find them more neutral. So that's presumably what he's talking about.
Maybe. All right. Now I gotta look. Where the hell is Al Jazeera based? Because I know
that's what I was going to look up
over the fucking world, but where is their
It's primarily funded by the Qatari government.
Okay.
But the outlet has consistently claimed that it has editorial independence.
I mean, they seem
which is fair.
Based on how their stories. So they're like the NPR of Qatar, except it's worldwide.
Right.
So that's neat. I was actually kind of expecting the UAE because it seems like the kind of thing that one of the like Dubai or one of the other cities would do to like show off to the world. Look, I have a worldwide news network with actual journalistic standards. Aren't I like the Prince of Earth or something? But yeah, Qatar, cool.
Yeah, I think that he's worked for Qatar, but he's also worked for Sky News. So he seems to be just a journalist, like I feel like this is poisoning the well. It's like, well, you've worked for Al Jazeera, so you have to be this, this, that, or the. It doesn't seem to be. I mean, he's also worked for CNN. Does that mean he's, in favor of the Democrats? I don't know. It's very strange. It's very strange.
Well, it's very weird because like there's an Al Jazeera U.S. branch, right? That's semi-autonomous because they do U.S. stories and so forth, but also like the BBC has an Iran branch that is pretty independent from what the main BBC does. Like some
Right.
of the stories on the BBC Pashto website are like the random clickbait you'd expect out of Pakistan. It's wild, but it's technically
Right. Yeah, I don't really see it as being a problem, except for, trying to use it against your opponent as sort of poisoning the well that you've been associated with Al Jazeera. You must be paid by the Qatari government. Well, if you are being a BBC presenter, you're being paid by the British government. If you've been ABC Australia, you're being paid by the Australian government. That doesn't mean that you have any less of a credibility as a journalist. It's sort of saying, well, if you're paid by, Fox News, you're being paid by Rupert Murdoch. Yeah, you are. Okay.
Let's please
I'm
with
going to
that.
respond to that. I'm going to respond to that.
No. It's another cheap shot, and I don't want to entertain cheap shots. I want to go to you, Elon, with this question. When you say that the war is justified, killing in war can only be justified if it serves a greater good. What's the greater good that's being served at this moment?
Mr. Donovan, this war is not justified because Hamas should not have started this war in the first place.
Well, the question is whether
The question
you are.
He's dodging. He's dodging because the question of the debate is not whether Hamas was justified in the 7th of October attack. That's not the question. Of course they weren't justified. The question is Israel's response justified? That's the question. And, I would say no, the response that they're currently carrying out is, but he's trying to make it seem like, well, if they don't do this, they just don't do anything. And as Hasan pointed out, there's other options available for them than destroying the entire country or the entire area of Gaza, whether you recognize it as a country or not is the question. But, the question isn't, obviously Hamas weren't justified in taking hostages and killing a whole bunch of Israeli people. No way were they justified. But that doesn't automatically justify your war, especially when it's destroying everything.
Yeah, it's cartoonish. It reminds me of an Asimov. No, it was a Zelazny short story from decades and decades ago, where the Voyager 2 probe bumps into an alien spaceship and scratches the paint, and the alien overlords contact the Galactic Council and are like, permission to do orbital bombardment and wipe out their planet because they have scratched the paint on the fender of my spaceship. And the Galactic Council is like, doesn't it seem a little extreme to wipe out their entire planet because one probe bumped into a ship they didn't even know was there? And they were like, well, I mean, what else am I supposed to do? Just let them get away with it? Like, it's either nothing or obliterate the planet. But that was intentionally satire about the Vietnam War.
Yes.
It just...
Yeah.
You are arguing, you are answering the question, yes, Israel's actions are justified.
The response is an attempt to prevent the next October 7th massacre. Well, on October 7th, Hamas showed us what it was capable of doing, and they immediately went on TV and said, October 7th, October 10th, October 1 millionth. Everything we do is justified. We're a nation of martyrs, they said. We're proud to sacrifice millions of martyrs if that's what it takes. And we are trying to stop October 7th and to do so in a way that minimizes the cost to them.
But the what they're trying, like, obliterating the entire country is so unnecessary. You know what I mean? Like the obliteration of all the structures, all the people, it's so unnecessary to stop that. I think that a two-state solution would stop that as well. So when he's saying we'll do whatever is necessary, he's not talking about peaceful resolutions like, for instance, giving them their own state and their own autonomy and setting up clear rules and boundaries of states that separate them from Israel so they can go off and do their own thing.
What if we just reestablish the Ottoman Empire? Right? Like they got disassembled at the end of World War I. What if we just put them back, and then the entire fucking Middle East is their problem? It's an internal matter.
Well, what do you mean? They're never going to, like, the Israeli people will never give up Jerusalem and Israel.
I mean,
there's no way
stay there as Ottoman citizens. I'm being silly, but
Yeah, no, then they will never accept that. There's no way. And plus, I might add that a lot of the Middle Eastern nations, like the Arabic nations, there's too many differences between them just to make them one nation kind of thing.
Try
It'd
to
be
put
very, very
Iran
difficult.
and Iraq in the same confederation, and you've got immediate civil war.
Right.
Cats in a sack.
Oh, even trying to put Gaza in with Egypt, it just doesn't work. Like it really doesn't work. So, it seems like that this one state solution will not work because obviously the Israeli people are not going to accept an Ottoman nation, and the Gazans are not going to accept still being controlled by Israel. So it's a mess. It's a total mess. I don't think they want a two-state solution. This is just my opinion, but I don't think they want a two-state solution because Israel is pushing settlers into the West Bank and sort of would push them into Gaza if they had anywhere else to go. So they don't want to agree to that because then they're going to have to, have borders where they can't push into. But, I don't know why they won't agree to a two-state solution. Seems very, very strange. They keep saying that, they'll attack them and stuff. They could be right. I don't know. But the one state is not working.
They're civilians.
Let me just deal with the last point and the previous point, which is the idea. Let's just be real here. And a lot of military experts say this, but you don't even need military experts. You just need common sense. The idea that you prevent another October the 7th or that you destroy Hamas by making tens of thousands of Palestinian children orphans is insane. It doesn't protect Israel. Forget Gaza. It doesn't protect Israel. And let me just deal with this classic. My paymasters in Qatar. Yes, I host a show for Al Jazeera English. Let's just be very clear. In December, the New York Times published a very, very long piece. Very important here. It's relevant to the debate. The New York Times.
All right, make it relevant. Please make it relevant.
New York Times published a very long piece which said a month before October the 7th, the head of the Mossad, David Barnier, went to Doha, Qatar, and the Qatari said, "Do you want us to keep sending money to Gaza?" And he went back to Netanyahu. He said, "What should I say?" And Netanyahu said, "Yes, please." And he went back. He said, "Yes, please send the money to Gaza." Elon went to work for the government of Benjamin Netanyahu a month after that. He's never apologized for that to the Israeli people. Benjamin Netanyahu's never apologized for that to the Israeli people. So if anyone should answer questions about Qatari funding of Hamas, allegedly, reportedly, whatever you want to call it, it's the Israeli government that facilitated it for many, many years. Elon was in that government. He's the spokesperson for that government.
Okay,
that was pretty amazing, honestly.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's almost like they
called out the cheap shot as a cheap shot. But Hasan is like, "Oh no." Now that you mention it.
So it's almost like Israel wants Hamas to be a threat.
Interesting.
No, I don't know. I haven't fact-checked that. I don't know how true that is. I can do a quick Google search, but I'm not sure that's definitive. Did Israel fund Hamas? Which sounds ridiculous while I'm writing it. The government of Israel has been involved in assisting or empowering the Palestinian and military organization Hamas at various points in its history. This support continued during and in spite of active military hostilities. Wow, okay, that's wild. That could actually be true.
They turned off the water but kept sending money?
Yes, to Hamas, apparently.
it's almost like the point is to kill the civilians.
Well, yeah, and to make Hamas a military threat so they can go in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it's actually on CNN. Qatar sent millions to Gaza with Israel's backing. Wow, he's not wrong, according to CNN.
Well, I mean, a debate's a debate, but like his name, his credibility is his entire portfolio, and saying something that could be fact checked. Like, I mean, I understand with so many Republicans running around saying shit that can be fact checked in seconds and is clearly blatantly obviously false and getting
Right.
away with it. Not all that notwithstanding, the fact that he's saying something that can be fact checked and seems to pass fact check. I mean, he's smart enough and has at least enough of a standards, I suppose, that he wouldn't, I don't believe he would say something, a claim that
Mhm.
checkable that was just purely fabricated, you know?
Mhm.
It's weird. I have to dance around my words with this because there's so much bullshit in the air, especially here in the US.
Yeah. Well, apparently the US was aware of the Qatari payments to Hamas. A former State Department official involved in the region told CNN on condition of anonymity during this, due to the sensitivity of the matter, prepared to provide funds as early as 2014. So this 2014 to 2018. Wow. Okay, this is wild. Well, apparently there was like a Palestinian Authority, the PA, and they were a rival of Hamas, and they didn't want to take the payments
Yeah, the
from Qatar.
Palestinian Authority was Yasser Arafat's thing. They were the ones who were pushing
Yeah.
for the two-state solution in the first place. They didn't want to just be an
Right.
authority, like the way the Port
Yeah.
Authority in New York controls the ports semi-independently of the city government. They wanted to be like a separate nation. And so they
Yeah.
didn't want to take money from Israel because it would make them more dependent. They considered Hamas to be a terrorist group too, but Israel backed Hamas for some reason.
Yeah, that's weird. Okay, this is like I'm learning more and more about this, and it's getting even more depressing. Sorry, Jason. Yeah. Wow. Okay. Holy crap. That is horrible.
It was a terrible mistake to allow Qatari money into Gaza on the mistaken belief that if we improve civilian life in Gaza, create jobs, create opportunity, Hamas's psychopath leaders won't launch this war. They went straight on TV and said, we tricked the Israelis. We made them think that we were concerned about the civilians in Gaza, all the while we were taking that money to build the tunnels and the weapons and the rockets we are firing at Israel. If we had known, Mr. Hasan, what Hamas was going to do on October 7th, perhaps we should have started a preemptive war to eliminate that threat before they could have burned the Simantov children alive on October 7th. But we didn't.
Okay.
Hamas tricked us, and we won't
Time out.
repeat the same mistake again.
Time out. Going to take a little bit of a 10-second breath and slightly lower the temperature, but only slightly. Ilan, you were making the argument that Israel's actions are justified.
I don't know if I see that. Like the preemptive war, like, so you're saying that you should have obliterated the country ages ago? I don't, the war that we're talking about is one that, aid people are being attacked and civilians are being taken down. Wow.
I think I see what he's doing. It's just a hunch at this point, but he's saying the same shit they're saying on the internal propaganda networks inside Israel, right? Where they're saying shit like they have the partisans, the hyper partisans, the far right wingers have been saying for decades, we should just eradicate the Palestinians. They're nothing but a problem. They're always going to be a problem. They're going to periodically do October 7th, and they've been saying it since before October 7th. It's almost like they took this prophecy and then fulfilled it themselves and then said, see, look, we should have taken care of this ages ago.
Right.
The rest of the world doesn't believe this bullshit. But what he's doing is he's taking the same propaganda the far right is spreading around inside Israel and doing it here on what is ostensibly the world stage as a means of externalizing the propaganda, to say, look, it's not just our internal networks. This is what's being said on the world stage, so you know it's true. It doesn't matter if he loses this debate. It reinforces the propaganda already inside Israel.
Right. Yeah. No, I think you're right. I think you're 100% right.
In the pursuit of the destruction of Hamas. We've come to the point, though, where even Israeli military officials are saying it can't be destroyed. Therefore, what happens to that argument that the justification is the destruction of Hamas if it's an organization, a movement that can't be destroyed?
Of course Hamas can be removed from power, just like ISIS was removed from power. ISIS is now a terrorist organization that is trying to blow up concerts in Austria. It no longer controls territory the size of Austria. Following this war, we cannot allow the Hamas terrorist regime, it's not an organization, it's a terror regime and a terror army, to regroup, restock, rearm, and keep shooting rockets at our towns while it is still holding civilians. It is a regime that must be removed from power because we know exactly what it wants to do if given half a chance, and that is to do October 7th again and again. And Israel's war, Mr. Hasan, I'll yield the stage to you and ask you, eliminating the Hamas terror regime, removing it from power, a legitimate military objective, yes or no?
Of course, it's a legitimate military objective for Israel, and that's what I quoted the ICC chief prosecutor saying, but you're doing a very bad job of it. What's interesting...
Do I understand that...
Yes, he's not saying that it's not a legitimate goal. He's saying that the war you're conducting is illegitimate and, you know, using the ICC to back him up, the International Criminal Courts, because they've put out a warrant on Benjamin Netanyahu for war crimes. It's not so much that a war against Hamas isn't. It's just this war, the war that you are currently doing, the actual, you know, engagements that you're currently taking, the actions that your commanders are implementing is completely unjustified. I think that's the point. So it's not a war; it's this war. You know, and I struggle to think of a war that would be justified, kind of thing. Like when you have a terror attack on your nation, you know, maybe the US should learn that one. A war is not necessarily justified over it. You know, like that is, you know, sort of, yeah.
I mean, you know, everybody's going to have opinions about everything, and sometimes, you know, we can broaden our perspective. We can elevate the discourse. Like, that's what John is trying to do with these shows, and he seems to be doing a pretty fair job of it. But like Hasan mentioned earlier, there's those people who are like, we need to take out bin Laden. Let's take him out any fucking way we can. And other people are like, well, he really should have been brought back to stand trial. On principle, I agree.
Yes.
But when you can either just assassinate him or you have to wipe out 60,000 Pakistani citizens to bring him to trial, they're not, the scales of justice aren't even on that one, you know?
Yep.
Do I understand? No, because I want to clarify and understand we're on the same page.
You want to clarify the guy who can't answer why you killed 15 civilians? No, I want to understand that we are on the same page. Do you agree that I'll answer your question when you answer mine.
It was legitimate for Israel to remove the Hamas terror regime in order to prevent another October 7th? It's a yes or no question, Mr. Hasan.
No, it's not. It's a loaded question. I'm going to say it was legitimate for Israel to defend its citizens inside of Israel. It's not legitimate to occupy Palestinian territory for decades on end. And let me answer... Can I actually answer what you came to me for?
If I can rebut...
Let me answer John's question.
Elon, you've had about 2 or 3 minutes in a row. Go ahead.
Yeah, he has. He's just trying to get a yes. And this is the thing, like... Whenever somebody says, "Oh, it's a yes or no question," and you know, they really aren't looking for nuance. They're looking for a gotcha. You know, so is taking out the Hamas a legitimate goal? Well, yeah, for Israel, yeah. But that doesn't mean that anything you do is legitimate in service of doing it. But he doesn't want him to say that because that's obvious. You know, if you say. Is it legitimate for if Russia attacks Ukraine? Is it legitimate for Ukraine to attack them back? Well, yeah, obviously, but that doesn't mean if Ukraine launches a nuke at them, we go, well, that's fine. You know what I mean? Like, there's nuance to this stuff. You can't just say, well, yes, so anything they do is legitimate, but that's what he's trying to frame it as. And obviously, Mehdi's not going to walk down that thing, because whenever somebody's going just yes or no, they are trying to pull a fast one, usually. You know, and I've had it many times where apologists have said, oh, it's a yes or no, just yes or no. And it's like, but it's not a yes or no question. There is nuance for this stuff. So just because taking out someone is legitimate doesn't mean that anything you do in the service of that is legitimate. No.
It's a very interesting question of Elon. You pointed out that he keeps saying, notice the sleight of hand. You said that he said, and he said it many times, not just here, Hamas should be destroyed. When you asked him, Israeli military experts and generals say it can't be destroyed. Notice what Elon said? He said, remove from power, quickly move the goalpost there, because he knows that Hamas can't be destroyed by these means. In fact, the former head of Israel.
Yeah, he moved the goalposts.
Sure did.
He said we had to remove them from power. Well picked up. Very well picked up. Yeah. He moved the goalposts. We got to remove them from power. Well, there's other ways to remove people from power.
See, that's what makes Hasan so good. Is he knows his shit. He has specific information on all these points, and that's great.
Yep.
When you can get it, when you can get that level of expertise, and as a journalist, he has access to this information. He's been reporting on it for years.
Yes.
So that's very cool. But you also have to. You don't necessarily have to know every specific fallacy or whatever, but you have to be able to watch what your opponent is doing and figure out why he's doing it while making your own case, which is how he's able to catch him. He called it a loaded question. I might pose it as more of it's not quite a false dichotomy, but it's like a false erasure of nuance sort of thing. It's narrowing down the question to a more simplified version than it really should be. But he's also catching a whole bunch of the rhetorical tricks. And making his own points. But that's how you land the best points, is by seeing what your opponent is doing while you're arguing at the same time. And that is good shit.
Yes, he's not only getting the knife into these sort of logical faults in the armor, if you will, he's also twisting it, which is just very, very well done. Because, you know, like he was going on about before, you didn't even answer my question. You said, you know, I don't justify. He will go back to that. I almost guarantee it, because it is a real sore spot for this guy. For Elon, he can't answer this at all.
Said from Let me finish my point. The former head of Israel's military, who was a member of Netanyahu's war cabinet, he said earlier this year, quote, anyone who says you can destroy Hamas is telling tall tales. So it's not me calling Elon Levy a liar. It's the former head of the Israeli military.
Mr. Hasan, from the beginning, Israel has said that its goals are to remove Hamas from power and dismantle its ability to wage war again and to live up its threat of repeat October 7th. And that is why I ask you, after October 7th, was it legitimate for Israel to remove Hamas from power in order to eliminate the threat of repeat October 7th? Yes or no?
Very simple answer. Israel has the right to defend its citizens in its territory. It doesn't have a right to be an occupier. It doesn't have a right to... Let me finish the point, because you think they're your neighbors. The International Court of Justice says Gaza and the West Bank are occupied. They've been occupied every day since 1967. You did not withdraw in 2005. You blockaded.
I'd like to explain what the purpose here is.
And I've already...
Wow. Okay. Yeah. So he's sort of saying, well, it's legal to defend yourself within your own territory. It's not illegal to occupy another state. Now, it's so difficult. Like, you know, what is Gaza? What is Gaza? Because it doesn't seem to be its own nation, according to Israel, according to the US, according to some countries. It is according to others, like Britain and Australia. You know, it is so difficult because it doesn't really have its own military. It has sort of a paramilitary organization. You know, it's sort of like, well, yeah, if those people actually do want to break away, and they seem to overwhelmingly, then you are occupying them. You know, it would be like if Texas voted to secede. You'd be occupying them if they did actually want to be their own country. But, you know, Israel won't accept Gaza being its own country. They won't allow it.
There's another trick at work here too. It's similar to moving the goalpost. He's shifted the entire field, right? Instead of talking about whether the goal is justified, which is a goalpost move from the actual question, which is the response
Right.
that actually happened
Yes.
justified?
Yes.
He's now turned it around to, well, is it a matter of occupation or self-defense? Like it's an entirely different ball field. Now we're talking about legal definitions instead of
Right.
human moral lines of is this response justified? Is it legally justifiable? Maybe, but that's not the same even sphere of discussion.
Right. But I mean, just about anything is legally justifiable if you twist it enough, really. I mean,
for sure.
and the fact that the international court has said, no, this is legally wrong, like they have violated the law, I think that is sort of saying, hey, it's not legally justified, because if it was legally justified, the international court wouldn't have a warrant out for Netanyahu at this point, if it was legally justified. But, according to who legals? According to international law? This is the strange thing that Elon said, oh, it's all according to international law. Then why does the international court have a warrant out for his arrest? It doesn't make any sense. Like, if they followed international law, would it be okay under Israeli law? Well, probably. But, I think we're talking about moral justification. Should they ought to be allowed to do so? So I think it's just moving the goalposts all over the place on what is sort of, the justification means. Oh boy. This is I'm getting some slippery vibes out of this man. I really am.
Dancing today.
Yeah, Elon is giving me some real slippery vibes.
I've already answered the question, Elon. I've made the point that even if I was an Israeli general trying to destroy Hamas, killing thousands of innocent people only helps Hamas. Every terrorism expert in the world says you're a recruiting sergeant for extremist groups when you go and kill innocent civilians.
Mr. Hasan, whether this war... Time out.
Yeah, this is a good point, right? When you go in and you kill civilians of a country, you help whoever is in power and fighting that war against you. Right. And this is something I got to point out, how Ukraine has been incredibly intelligent and incredibly smart about what they've done. I want to really point this out, because Russia has killed tons of civilians of Ukraine. Like that's sort of not even debated these days. And they have really solidified Ukrainian nationality around defending their country, and they basically made this national identity for Ukraine. That's what Russia has managed to create, a national identity for Ukraine. Ukraine, on the other hand, has mostly been hitting military targets and industrial targets. Like, so it's not like they haven't killed any civilians, but instead of neighborhoods and, civilians, they've hit oil plants and people working there and stuff. It's a lot less antagonistic towards the population. So Putin's got a problem with, his population not liking the war. They hate it because they're being hit. They were told it would never enter Russia. It has. The long-range drones have hit them. They're not happy. But if Ukraine just targeted, and I saw somebody in a comment saying Ukraine should just hit Russian civilians back, and I had to write, no, they're actually being incredibly smart, because, in hitting just the military targets, the population will not support Putin as much as if they just wantonly killed civilians all over the place, the population would be more angry at Ukraine than Putin, and they would support Putin more. Right? What they've done is incredibly intelligent.
It would literally become, like right now, they're going, oh, this is a stupid war. Vlad, stop it.
Yes. Yes.
Our sons are getting killed for nothing. This is ridiculous. I hate it, etc.
Yep.
But if they started blowing up civilians, then suddenly it would be Papa Vlad, protect us from the scary Ukrainians.
Right. It galvanizes the population behind the country and the leadership, because as much as they don't like what the Russian, what their government is doing, if their population has been killed by Ukraine, they'll hate Ukraine more, and it'll galvanize support for the Russian. Like, Ukraine has been so intelligent about this and so precise and deliberate in what they've done, and there's been reasons for things, not perfect, but it is insane how well they have done, and how everything they try to do has a clear, definitive goal behind it. So Russia managed to galvanize the entire population behind the Ukrainian leadership. That's why Zelensky is overwhelmingly popular. That's why, his government isn't the best, but they are the ones protecting their civilians. Russia can't get that same level of support from their population because they haven't had the same civilian casualties inflicted on them. So, hats off to Ukraine. They know what they are doing, and they know that hitting civilian targets will just make... And the same is true here. If you hit civilian targets, they will galvanize around their leaders, even if they don't like those leaders, because they like those leaders a hell of a lot more than they like their families being killed in their beds, in safe zones, in their aid workers being shot in the street. That is really why Hamas have the support. It's because of what Israel's doing. And he's got a really good point here.
Time out. Time out, Ilan, time out. I have a question for whoever wants to jump on it. Is Israel's war in Gaza making Israel more secure?
When this war began, Hamas had a fearsome missile arsenal that rained thousands of missiles on our cities. I had to keep running into a rocket shelter. Israel has now eliminated...
They had like 67 missiles. Rockets. Yeah. They weren't even missiles.
And I must say that you had a warning defense system and bunkers. They didn't. And it's not like Israel didn't fire upon Gaza, right?
It's a wild claim. Like, if you add up all the rockets that have been fired from Gaza over all the years, you might get to 1,000.
Yeah.
Maybe?
Well, are you including mortars as well? Because they do have mortars, but those are not rockets. They don't go as far.
Call those rockets or missiles. It's low grade artillery,
Yeah. I don't know the statistics for it, but looks like 2014 was the most lethal, was about 4,225. But when was October the 7th? What year was that?
2023.
23?
Yeah.
Before that, I'll just share this tab. This is the rocket attacks per year. There's been, it depends on the year you're talking about, kind of thing. It really is. So this only goes up to 2021, though. I don't know whether what he's saying is actually true. But the question isn't whether that's justified. The question is whether the attack on Gaza is justified.
Well, maybe, I don't know. I feel like he's trying to muddy the waters because he's making this case, is action against Gaza justified? Is Israel justified for taking any action? And if he gets a yes on that, he'll say, okay, Israel was justified. They took action. They were justified in taking action. Whereas everyone else is saying is, are the actions they did take justified? You know?
Yeah.
Like it's
I don't know.
Shifting the question.
Yeah. But you know, is the question also is, did like the sort of saying, did Hamas deserve the retaliation from Israel? Well, yes. No one's arguing that Hamas deserved it, but the Palestinian civilians are not Hamas. That's the thing. Like, you can't punish an entire people for what a section of them have done.
Right.
So
it'd be like, you know, the Republicans have done awful things. We're going to start slaughtering New Englanders until the Republicans in the South surrender. Like, we're all Americans, but the one group, they ain't like us, Chief, you know?
I think his argument is kind of, well, we had to do this in order to take out Hamas because they were, you know, it is justified that we do something about them. But I really want the debate to be around, you know, is the shooting of these aid workers, is that unavoidable, right? Which I don't think it is unavoidable. You know, when it's pointed out, hey, there's children who have been sniped by IDF snipers, you know, like, is that I don't think that's unavoidable. Like, I think that he is simply saying, hey, you know, all of this was unavoidable in order to secure against Hamas attacking us. And I don't think he's actually even presented that it's unavoidable. I think he's just sort of said, well, what Hamas did was so awful that it justifies anything that happens. And I don't think that is not a good argument, because obviously there's going to be some things that are not warranted in order to take these people out.
Israel has now eliminated the threat of rocket fire from Gaza. It has cut off its smuggling routes, it has destroyed its missile silos, and it has destroyed Hamas's weapons capabilities. That alone has made us safer and makes it easier.
So why are they still bombing them? I mean, the bombs are still dropping. Like, they're still bombing them.
Well,
I know that they had a ceasefire, but, you know,
he's partially answering this specific question. Is, you know, is what Israel has done made Israel safer? And he's saying, because we've eliminated the missiles, Israel is safer in at least that one way. I mean, that's like, I don't know. It's so fucking revolting. It's like saying, has China's invasion of Tibet made China safer? And China can go, well, Tibet has no armed forces of its own, so yeah, China's safer. Like, if you wipe people the fuck out, they can't attack you. Yeah. That doesn't make it okay, bestie.
Yeah, but they're still, like, you know, even though the ceasefire is there, they're still dropping bombs. So it's sort of like, well, if it's been so destroyed, why are you still dropping bombs? Like, why are you still attacking them? It's very strange. Like, so he wants to say, oh, they're this massive threat, and we've wiped them out. I just don't understand.
To sleep in our beds at night.
Three quick things. Number one, the Israelis went to Supreme Court recently, and they were having an argument in Israel Supreme Court, and they put in the official filing that we do not control Gaza. Even after all this time, Hamas is still in control of lots of parts of Gaza. So they say the honest stuff when you're not looking. Number two, I interviewed Amarià recently, former head of Shin Bet.
But if you've taken away all of this stuff, how are they still in control of Gaza? Never mind. It's just it's a little bit
like,
weird.
What are they that ineffective? Like, what are we doing? There must be like 3 Gazans and a cat left at this point. Is the cat the one in charge of Hamas?
I have no idea.
Israeli admiral. He said very explicitly, Israel will not be safe until we give Palestinians freedom. This is his words, not my words. And number three, I'm glad you had a bomb shelter to protect you because the Al-Dos family in Gaza did not have a bomb shelter to protect them.
Okay. Another question. We have not yet talked about the hostages, and we should. Is Israel's action in Gaza going to is it for the benefit of the hostages?
Actually, that's a sore point for a lot of Israelis who have family members that are hostages, that they haven't really tried to negotiate their release or rescue them in any way. They're kind of just going, you took hostages, we're going to wipe you out. Like they haven't really, a lot of them are angry because they haven't really tried to rescue or get them back, kind of thing. There's been some operations here and there, one of which I mentioned where they pretended to be Red Crescent to rescue hostages. That's a war crime, pretending to be an aid thing, so it's wild. But you know, a lot of them are angry that you know, Netanyahu could have had a ceasefire, got the hostages back. He didn't really try that much, but you know, I don't know.
Absolutely. Israel is fighting to bring the hostages home while Hamas is starving and torturing and raping them. We managed in November, because Hamas was being clobbered and it wanted a breather. They released nearly half of the hostages. We've sent in special forces to rescue hostages in raids my opponent has condemned. Israel is fighting to put the military pressure on Hamas to release the hostages, but Hamas doesn't want to release the hostages. And the reason it doesn't want to release the hostages is that it knows that the longer this war goes on and the more suffering it generates among its own people in Gaza, the more it advances its own goal of isolating Israel. And Mr. Hasan, it pains me that you do not seem to realize the role that you play within Hamas's strategy when you deflect blame onto Israel. Never demand any accountability from the Hamas regime. When you know that Hamas's goal is to maximize suffering,
Like, he's not saying Hamas is blameless. He's saying we're talking about what Israel is doing today. Everyone agrees Hamas is guilty as fuck for what they did.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone.
Yeah.
It's not a question.
Yeah.
But was Israel crossing lines? Yeah, they sure as fuck were.
Yeah.
give it a reason to drag on this war. If you wanted to let the hostages go, you should tell
of all
Qatar
the nonsense
to
you've said
pressure
tonight,
Hamas to free the hostages.
of all the demonstrably untrue things you've said tonight, this is the big one. So apparently, if you want a deal to end the war, you're enabling Hamas's strategy.
No.
That's what you just said.
No,
I'm enabling Hamas's strategy.
But you have systematically undermined every leverage.
Can he talk? Moderator, can Hasan talk? Like, he starts up and this guy jumps in. Like, let him talk. Yeah, so he's basically going, hey, we want a deal to end this. Like, so it's complicated because it's not like Hamas attacked Israel for no reason. Hamas believe in free Palestine, right? They want Palestine to be its own state. That is what they want. Okay, so that's why they attacked. So, yeah, it's a bit of an older debate, Darimi. It is a bit of an older debate. I think it was from earlier this year. But, you know, I think it's still relevant. And I more got it for the strategies that both sides employed, both good and bad, that I could talk about in this debate. What was I saying? Yeah. So if you're basically saying, hey, well, I think a way to peace is having a free Palestine and then they release the hostages, you're doing what they want. If it frees the hostages and it's a better situation overall, I don't get why it wouldn't be a good thing. You know, if it stops people from being killed, isn't that a good thing? You know, we've got to sit there and go, well, what is the best way forward? I mean, there is a case to be made that you can't give in to terrorists because they'll just keep doing terrorism. There's an argument there. But, you know, if you think that Palestine should be free from Israeli occupation, as they call it anyway, then I don't get the problem. Like, I don't understand. And then you can deal with, hey, Hamas shouldn't be in power. I mean, I must point out that Donald Trump recently approved Hamas going around and killing any of their rivals in the country. He approved that. He 100% approved that. He said on camera that he approved it. So, yeah.
Israel has to free the hostages.
You know who's
Eddie,
undermining?
stop pretending
Can I
you
answer
care
the
about the
question?
hostages.
Of the two of us, hold on. Of the two of us, whose strategy is release more hostages, mine or yours? Because I supported a ceasefire, and we got. Hold on.
Our strategy.
Can I
Your
finish?
strategy is to give cover for Hamas's war
Can I
crimes.
Hold on, let him finish, please.
Over 100 hostages were released last November in the pause, in the ceasefire deal. A lot of Israelis wanted that to continue. Hostages' families wanted that to continue.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. The families are actually quite angry at Netanyahu for going back to war when sort of getting a ceasefire released a lot of hostages and negotiations could have continued to release the hostages. Right? Like, it's insane that he's basically, oh, we got more released, when no, it's been negotiation with them that had more released. Not raids and you know, this military pressure, as he puts it.
Yes.
Netanyahu, can I finish my answer? Netanyahu said no. In fact, I interviewed Zahiro Moore, whose uncle Avraham Munda was horribly killed in Gaza. Zahiro Moore, by the way, was arrested today. He's been arrested and attacked by the Israeli government that Elon served in multiple times. He said to me, Netanyahu and the government that Elon was part of, always choose the wrong way. Ever since October the 8th, everything they do is directed at not getting the hostages back. That is the plain truth. That is the nephew of a hostage. They don't want you to hear about the hostages. Elon and people like Elon use the hostages as political pawns. The hostages' families are standing on the streets of Tel Aviv opposing the Netanyahu government, calling for a ceasefire, calling for a deal. They don't like Elon Levy. They don't support Elon.
Mr. Hasan, how many hostage rallies have you spoken at? How many hostages' mothers have you embraced and hugged them and told them, I will here for you, whatever you need? I was at Central Park. I was at Central Park last Sunday.
Wow, okay. I've hugged the hostages' family, so I'm right. The appeal to emotion, right? Like, I'm the one that's been there for the hostages' families kind of thing. What Mehdi Hasan is talking about is what has been the most effective way to get people back. You know, and what do the families of these hostages want out of this? I don't know. It's weird to have this level of argumentation. Have you hugged the hostages' families?
It's very odd. I'm also a bit thrown by, like, the deeper and deeper Elion gets in his hole, the more the partisans on his side are cheering for him.
Yeah.
Like, you people are clearly not watching the same debate the rest of us are. You're just looking for gotchas from your guy. Like, this is why the US is the way it is, because we're not listening. Yep. We're just cheering for our team getting gotchas.
Yep.
They have a rally for the hostages. You are not. Mr. Hasan, if you really care about the hostages, I have a spare hostage pin here. If you want to show them you care, you're welcome to show them.
Where this hostage, he'd be happy to. He never said that he doesn't care about the, like, this is the thing. It's this black and white thing. You either support Israel 100% or you don't care about the hostages, right? Like, there are people who obviously care about the hostages, the family members, who do not support the Israeli government in what they're doing. Not only because it's awful to kill people who had nothing to do with kidnapping, it's also because it doesn't get their family members back. It's just such a ridiculous statement, and he's just, you know, it's that appeal to emotion and tribalism that, hey, if they're not supporting us, it's you know what it reminds me of? I'm really sorry, Amber, but it reminds me of the United States. This sort of the Iraq War. You're either with us or you're against us. No,
that's exactly
that is not
rhetoric. It's all that is nothing, and that's how conservatism has always been. It's Sith bullshit. But it also kind of reminds me of like police level hostage situations, right? Like, for decades and decades and decades, whenever there was a, you know, oh, my great aunt has been taken prisoner by rapscallions and they're holding her hostage for ransom, police come help. And the police come and they shoot everyone in the house.
Yeah.
And it turns out the hostage dude wasn't even there, or he was there, but they also killed great aunt Maud, you know, like, oh, well, what did you want us to do? Give in to the hostage guy? Like, that doesn't work. That doesn't help anyone. You're doing a bad job. You're hurting everybody, you know? And so finally, they figured out how to use hostage negotiators because the actual goal is to save the fucking hostages.
Right. And Eric Wanda agrees, I presume, for a member for 20 months. Thank you so much. It's What the Fuck, Logic, Evil, and Precept. Nice. Steven Seagal approves of your message. Thank you so much, Eric, and it's good to see you, mate.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's just a false dichotomy. You're either with us or you're against us. No, we don't condone what you're doing in your war, but that doesn't mean we're against you, as in the other side get to do whatever they want to you. You know, I feel like the international community would have been really supportive of Israel if they didn't just go in and indiscriminately kill people in Gaza. You know what I mean? Like, they would have gotten a lot of support from the international community if they didn't just do what they did. Like, I don't know. It's just, I feel like, I really feel for the families, and I really feel for the people that were affected by October 7th. And I really condemn Hamas for doing that. That's awful. But that doesn't mean you get to kill innocent Palestinians who had nothing to do with it.
All right, this is fantastic. Let's go. So,
Put it on. Show them you care. Show them you care.
So,
I am in daily contact with
Let's
the
go.
family. I tell them I will do whatever it takes to help you get your kids home. Show them you care and stop trying to exploit the
Okay.
suffering.
Elon, allow him to respond. You've got your bit of stagecraft.
So
Please take it.
Let's be clear. You saw the very, very performative outrage there from Elon there. To be clear, don't you lecture me about hostages when your government has killed more hostages than it has rescued. That's on you. That's on you.
That is on Hamas. That is on Hamas.
Let me answer this.
All right.
I need to finish this point.
I'm going to let you finish this point, and then we're moving on.
I will happily support this pin because I support the release of all the hostages and let me finish. And I support the release of thousands of Palestinian detainees being raped and tortured and children. Do you support that? Let's wear it together. Do you support the release? Do you support the release of Palestinians?
I do not support
Do you support
the release of terrorists.
of Palestinian children?
Wow.
Do you support the release of Palestinian children?
Mr. Hasan, anyone who
Let's
is...
get some space here.
He can't answer the
Mr.
question.
Hasan, he won't get on the hostage.
He's dodging.
And
Yeah, I support the release of Israeli hostages. Do you support the release of innocent Palestinians who haven't done it? And he labels them all as terrorists.
Mm-hmm. Dehumanizing, demonizing.
Yep.
It just
Yep.
even the children, and that's the thing. That's the Kool-Aid
Yeah.
you have to drink with this level of propaganda and rhetorical bullshit.
Yep.
It's okay to bomb them because they're all terrorists,
Yep.
even the toddlers.
Even the children. Yeah. And, and we hear this a lot from religious circles, those children are going to grow up to do horrible things, and it's like, that's not necessarily the case. If you treat them well.
Preventable.
Yeah.
So one of the most common things that comes up in philosophy courses, in psychology courses, in a whole bunch of different fields in colleges is if you had a time machine and you could go back to young Hitler, 2-year-old baby Adolf Hitler, what would you do? And most people are very black and white thinkers. They'd either, I don't want to fuck with the timeline, so I'd have to leave him alone, or my grandparents wouldn't meet and I wouldn't exist. Very self-centered non-interference, but whatever. Or it doesn't matter what would happen. It doesn't matter if the consequences Stalin would take over Europe. I have to stop Hitler. That's the moral imperative. So they would kill baby Hitler. Very, very rare is the student who sees that Hitler becoming the Hitler we know is not fucking inevitable and says, I would guide him to a better life, to become a better man. so that the Holocaust does not happen. I mean, maybe someone else takes his place. Maybe Stalin does take over Europe. Who the fuck knows? But you don't have to kill a baby, because who he could be isn't inevitable. If you're worried about these toddlers growing up to become future terrorists, maybe give them water and education. Fuck, you can do something about that.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And there is a suggestion that they killed some of their own civilians in the confusion of the October 7 attacks. That has come up as well. So I don't know whether that happened. It might be something to talk about in the debate, like how many of those civilians killed in October the 7th was a case of friendly fire, basically, because apparently there was more than a few. And there has been hostages accidentally killed by shelling or rockets going in there, you know. So yeah, it's yeah.
I support the release of all innocent people. Doesn't.
Oh, that is a hard right cross. He supports the release of all innocent people. Elon doesn't. Sorry, Elon. Elon. I
have
can't
no
remember
idea.
how to pronounce his name. Yeah, so he doesn't. Yeah, so he's even in favor of keeping children locked up because they're terrorists, apparently.
And that is another masterful rhetorical technique. If you can ever dog walk your opponent into a position, a line he cannot cross, I don't support the release of terrorists, then you can turn around and just highlight where those moral bars are. He wants to keep babies in prison. I'm for the release of everybody.
Every innocent person, yeah.
That's all you've got.
Once again.
All you've got. All right. I have one more question before we pivot to some questions from some journalists who are joining us, and I want to talk about America's involvement in the situation.
Ooh, watch out, Ember. Just put your get your USA flag and
we just
start
have to
get
put
your lighter.
Center stage.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
American is literally in center stage, but still.
Look, I mean, if Israel didn't have American backing, it probably wouldn't be there. Let's face it. Like the only reason Israel has managed to stay in the position it is because it has the backing of the US. I don't think that's really that contentious. Maybe they would. Maybe Britain and the rest of the world, but they are a state surrounded by a bunch of people with vast cultural and religious differences. Like,
Yeah, that's why I say that they're like sort of a quasi colony. Like, it's colonialism. They're supported by, but it's not a single nation. I mean, it may be the US is more supportive than the other countries, but if so, it's more for like points of pride. Like, we're the evangelicals. We're the most behind Israel,
I was gonna say, like, it does so for the stupidest reason, like that they think that Jesus is gonna return to the Holy Land and rebuild the second temple, so they support the Israel's, which is full of Jewish people that don't believe that's going to happen. Like, it's the stupidest reason. And Israel doesn't really care because they, their people came from that land originally, or so they believe, and so they don't really care. But the Israeli people don't even agree with them over their reasons for supporting them, which is just so wild to me. Like, it's incredible.
It's a very complicated situation, like most of these things are, but there's a
that's true.
Non-zero possibility that the entire evangelical creationist accelerationist movement, we're going to sponsor Israel to make Jesus come back sooner,
right,
was a trick played on dumb Americans by clever Israelis. They were like, if your country supported our effort to form our own homeland, then would that not, according to your prophecies, make your Jesus come sooner? And the dumb fucking Americans were like, it sure shit would. I tell you what, where do I
I
sign
tell
that?
you what. Yeah, I like Jesus, and having him come sooner would be glorious, right?
And,
Woohoo! Let's
I paint
go.
my countrymen as buffoons, which is fair, but
Yes.
also there's some truth to this, insofar as virtually every politician from at least the 1980s and possibly further back, almost all of them have been in the pocket of the Israel's political action committee, or whatever the fuck they called it in the 80s. Like when all of our leaders are owned by the Israeli government, of course we're going to send lots of money to Israel, whether we believe the prophecies or not.
Well, I don't think that owned, I wouldn't use the right word. I think they have significant influence. I certainly wouldn't say owned kind of thing. I think that that's a mischaracterization. But yeah, they have significant influence. But I think not only it's because of political action money, which obviously is there, but there's a lot of PAC money and super PAC money floating around. That isn't unique to Israel. I think it's also because of the Israel has gotten the evangelicals on board, and they've gotten all of their congregations on board, and that makes a significant voting power kind of thing. So if you're not for Israel, you're not for Jesus, basically, and they've associated with it. So plus there's a significant demographic of Jewish people in America to begin with, who care about so I think that they hold a lot of influence, but I wouldn't say owned. I think that that's sort of a mischaracterization.
No,
I think that if
it's
anything,
a rhetorical overstatement. That's
yeah.
Yeah.
I think if anybody owns the political system in America, it's the corporations, and the billionaires basically is who owns it, is what I would say. But
oh yeah,
if anybody,
their influence outpaces everyone else's by orders of magnitude. It's
yeah.
I mean, Elon literally tried to buy the last election, and to some extent succeeded. We're in a lot of trouble here. But I mean, there's a lot of other cultural factors tied up in this, like the rise in Islamophobia, right? Like we've always had a xenophobia problem in the US. Everybody who's different is a potential threat. But it's because of the strong alliance with Israel that the Islamophobia has been spiking and spiking and spiking, even before September 11th, even before the 1993 attempted bombing of the World Trade Center. Like, even when Timothy McVeigh, a Christian right-winger, blew up the federal building, people's first thought was it must be a Muslim,
Right. Yep.
And largely supporting Israel. If the war in Israel is unjustified, that implicates the U.S. in an unjust war. If the war is justified, then we have an ally that requires our help. Which is it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
We have it's about U.S. involvement in the war. If the war is unjustified, that implicates the U.S. in an unjust war. If it's justified, we have an ally that requires our help.
When this war began, President Biden said that Israel is facing sheer, pure, unadulterated evil. It was so obvious in the moment of shock after October 7th that for Israel to defend itself, it has to...
Yeah, okay. But was he saying that about Hamas or the Palestinian people in general? Because that's important, right? So if he's saying, hey, they're facing evil and it's the leader of their country, I don't think he was meaning everybody in Palestine is evil. I don't think that's what he meant, right? So this is a problem. And I find, like, the moderator's been really good, but this question sucks. And the reason why is because it's sort of an argument from consequence. If you're saying, hey, a little bit, because if you're sort of saying, hey, does that mean that the America's in an unjustified war? Nobody wants to say that. So they're going to say, well, it must be justified because America wouldn't get into an unjustified war. We're just supporting an ally. Regardless of how you want for it to be shown, like whether or not it's justified is irrelevant of that. You should make your conclusion regardless of whether it's unjustified or you're supporting an ally. And it can be elements of both, right? Like it can be, this war can be unjustified, but America still can be supporting an ally. So I don't know. I find it a bit weird. I find it a very weaselly question. I don't know
don't
why.
like
I
it for a
just dislike
different
it.
reason. From
Oh,
my
why's that?
perspective, it's begging the question, right? Because he's saying
Right.
either the United States is failing to live up to its obligation to fully support an ally in a justified war, or it's helping participate, it's a party to an unjustified war. The reason it's begging the question is because of the term war, because from the perspective of the American government, this is entirely an
Right.
internal matter. There is no Palestine. It's all part of Israel.
Correct.
So that
Yeah.
it isn't
You're
a
right. You're
war.
absolutely right. Yeah. Yeah. So it's either a state cracking down on a paramilitary uprising, or it then, if that's not the case, then, or it's them dealing with a rebellion or something along those lines, or domestic terrorists. Because if Palestine is not its own state, it's a part of Israel, and then they're domestic terrorists. They're not an external enemy.
Yeah, and you could make an argument that it's part of the broader war on terror, which will never fucking end.
Right.
But
Yeah.
is it really our problem, or is it an eternal affair? And I think this whole, Elon here is invoking Biden said Israel has a right to defend itself. Yet everybody said that, and it's technically true. It's a politician's typical non-answer. It's, I'm not addressing the thing you asked me. Instead, I'm saying something
Right.
that sounds close, which is Israel
Like a
has the right to
truism.
defend itself.
Like it's like a truism, something that is inherently true but doesn't really mean anything.
Yeah.
Like it's sort of like, well, yeah, that's true, but it doesn't actually address anything.
Mm-hmm. That's
Yeah,
why
no, I get
politicians
what you're
love
saying.
those.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Dismantle the Hamas terror regime that President Barack Obama said we must stand by our ally Israel as it dismantles Hamas. The United States has made valuable support to Israel in its goal of bringing down the Hamas regime. What we need is pressure on Hamas and its patrons, Qatar, Turkey, and Iran, to let the hostages go. That pressure has not been forthcoming.
I mean, before I came on stage, Gershon Baskin, who's Israel's most famous hostage negotiator, he WhatsApped me and said he's got a deal, 3-week deal on the table with Hamas that Hamas has agreed to release all the hostages and end the war. He says it's with Netanyahu. The ball's in Netanyahu's court. So when he keeps going on about hostages, tell him to speak to his former boss to agree to a hostage.
Gershon Baskin is the negotiator
As for the
in
United
whose
States,
deal to free
do
Gilad
stop interrupting,
Shalit,
Elon.
we
You've
released
had your performance.
Yehia Sinwar.
As for the United States, it is tragic to me as a citizen of the United Kingdom and the United States that my two countries have armed Israel as it carries out what the ICJ has called a plausible genocide,
No,
as it
it
arms
has
a prime
not.
minister
Mr.
who is wanted
Hasan.
for war crimes.
Mr. Hasan.
The ICC chief prosecutor.
Okay, like you are just making yourself look incredibly weak right now, because he's just trying to interrupt so he can't talk. This is what maddens me, and people are like, "Woo!" to the. He's not making good points. He is just trying to stop the opponent from speaking. He let you speak, and what is the moderator doing? It's like he's gotten sick of both of them, to be honest with you,
Which
and
is
just
fair.
going, screw it. Yeah, no, that's fair. I mean, and I think he's sick of the audience yelling and screaming as well. But he should be stepping in and saying, look, he let you talk, you let him speak. That's the debate. Like, seriously, this whole thing of interrupt your opponent, it doesn't make you look strong. It makes you look absolutely terrible. But, what do I know?
Has called for the arrest of Yoav Gallant and Benjamin Netanyahu. The American government should not be arming a man wanted for war crimes. And Elon Levy should have began his speech tonight apologizing for working for a man who is wanted for war crimes by the
I
ICC.
agree with Hasan. That is a true thing. The American government should not be giving weapons to war criminals. But that's not the answer to the question being asked.
Right. My stance is I think the US and it is complicit in what is happening in Palestine. I think that they have enabled it. I think that they in not recognizing Palestine as its own state. You're right, it can't even be called a war. It's an internal conflict. I guess it is a war, but it's not an external war against an external enemy. I think that I think that what they need to do is threaten to, really say, hey, if you don't stop right now, then we're not going to give you any more weapons. Like, because if you're going to be used, like if you give somebody a gun and say, hey, you can defend yourself with this, and then they go and shoot a child with it, you're complicit in that. If, obviously not what they do with it, but if you keep giving them weapons, if you keep giving them bullets, then you're complicit in the ones to come next. And that's my concern, that, like, as far as I'm aware, Australia's stopped sending weapons to Israel, since this war began. Apparently, there's some sort of backhole sort of, companies that have been trying to get them there, and the government's cracked down on them recently. There's a whole debacle about that, because if the government says, hey, we won't sell arms to it, and then they allow companies in Australia to, what's the point? You know what I mean? Like, what's the point? It's a bit silly. So I think they're cracking down on that now, but it's been going on for far too long. I don't want my country to be selling weapons to some country that is killing children. Like, no, it's pretty awful. But
A warmonger is going to warmonger, profiteers are going to profiteer, or try to, but that's what governments are supposed to do, is to rein in capitalism that tries to get out of control and starts hurting people or even killing them in this case. But there's also, we can't shake the fact that there's a shit ton of racism, especially here in the US, where it's considered a moral good if it's resulting in the death of brown people.
Yeah, or Islamic people. Because they're Christians and think that Islam is the devil's religion or whatever. Like, there's some real strong, like, you talk to people and they sort of think all Islamic people are out there with suicide vests and all kinds of things.
My
like,
goodness. The
no,
response to Mamdani winning that election shows that's still true.
Right.
There's still that level of
Right.
ignorance.
Yeah, and it's sort of like, most Muslim people just want to raise their families and participate in our societies and just live life. Like, they're not out to hurt you at all. It's it's absolutely shocking what some of these Christians think that Muslims
there's
are.
extremists, but there's extremists all over the damn place. But
Right.
out of all the Muslims I've met and out of all the Christians I've met, the Muslims are a lot nicer, and they're much more interested in the idea of community rather than being holier than everyone else around them.
Unfortunately, yeah. And don't get me wrong, they'll point out, oh, they're really against LGBTQ and they'll kill them. And there's countries that will do that, but the people are not the same as the country. The people are not the same as the clergy. Like, just because there's a whole bunch of evangelicals doing really terrible stuff doesn't mean that every evangelical is like that and is held responsible for that. We've got to stop doing this, saying everybody in that group is as bad as the worst people. Stop.
Yeah,
it doesn't help.
It's another form of extremism. It's more polarization. But also, on the laws, I've mentioned this a time or two, but a while back I was on one of the Global Atheist shows, and it was about, the reason I was asked was because another African country had just put into law a death penalty for being a gay person. Like, not even LGBT, just gay, right? Like, boom, you're dead, kind of thing. And fuck tons of Heritage Foundation money was put into that political effort to get that law passed. But here's the thing. While it's true, that country does, on the books, have a death penalty for being gay, no one is prosecuted under that law, or virtually no one. I mean, a few political opponents here and there, whatever. Whereas the next country over, where it's not on the books that you get the death penalty for being gay, I don't believe it's even a civil crime, but it doesn't matter. The people kill you, right? So, like, in one country, on the books, capital crime, but no one cares and people just live their lives. In the other country, not a crime, but you die for it because the people kill you and no one prosecutes them for it, So
Yeah.
it's not just what the law says, it's what the people
Mm.
actually do.
Yeah.
Mr. Donner, you called me to account at the beginning of the debate and said I should not have called my opponent a liar. The former president of the ICJ, Joan Donoghue, had to go
and
on
many
TV.
other judges disagreed with
had
her.
to go on TV
The
to
American
explain
judge who
Let him
that
speak.
the ruling did not define there was a plausible genocide.
Actually, the
She
other
had to
judges
go on
disagreed with her.
TV to
Selective
refute
quoting.
the lie. The only reason for you to make that
ICC
lie,
chief prosecutor
the
called for an
only
arrest warrant,
whose arrest warrant claims were
Did the
based on
ICC
lies.
All right, this is not helping. We are not able to hear what anybody is saying. We're not able to hear what anybody's saying. You're both talking at the same time, and I'm talking at the third time. So let's stop this. I have a question for each of you before we pivot, which I want to ask you if you can answer without attacking one another. And I'm also curious to see if you can do it in under 20 seconds, because we're just curious. Each of you came to this debate, and by your decision to participate, we saw on social media that both of you were attacked by members of your own camp for being even on the stage with somebody who's holding the opposing view. But you showed up anyway. Ilan, why did you show up? 15 seconds.
Because Iran, the Palestinian nationalists, and their allies are waging a war of misinformation that has one purpose. They want to destroy Israel. And they think it will be...
That's like, he's asking why you're on the stage, why you're happy to share a stage with Mehdi Hasan. He's not asking like why you're arguing this. He's like, why did you not listen to the criticism and come on the stage with somebody who a lot of your supporters vehemently hate? Why did you share a platform with this person? That's what he's asking. And he just goes to this, it almost sounds like it's a memorized sort of, rote propaganda kind of thing.
much easier to destroy Israel if they convince the world that Israel deserves to be destroyed. A full campaign of the most ridiculous lies to try to convince good, ordinary Americans that when they're ready to pull the trigger and massacre us once more, they should stand to one side and say, well, the Jews had it coming. And I'm not willing to allow that to happen.
Doesn't answer the question.
Do you recall the question?
Doesn't answer the question.
Sorry?
Okay, just a 20-second answer.
Yeah.
I mean, look, I believe that what is happening in Gaza, the killing of 16,000 children, the genocide in Gaza is the great moral tragedy of our time, the great crime of our time. And I will go almost anywhere and take a stage with almost anyone to try and bring that war to an end and convince people that the war needs to end now.
May I add something?
No, we have to move forward.
Nice. I like this moderator. May I add something? No. No, you had your time. No. Yeah. Like, that's the thing. Like, and this is the thing. Like, he wants the last word. The problem is that when one person always wants the last word, it's horrendously unfair, right? Like, somebody will just not let somebody else get the last word. It's either horribly unfair or both people start trying to get the last word, in which it never fucking ends. That's how you end up in a 7-hour debate. Okay, that's how that happens, when one person will not stop until they get the last word, even if the question was to somebody else. That's the problem. And it's just, no, I get you. Yeah, no, Jester, I'm right on board, man. Stop letting the rude asshole win and get exactly what he wants. Stop it. Like, mute Trump when he starts to keep talking even though it's not his time to talk. Fucking mute him. Yeah, they should have done that. Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
The thing I'd very much like to see in the modern age is every moderator should have mute buttons for both interlocutors.
Right.
All right, we're going to bring in some other voices now.
Okay, well, that goes to the question. I knew that was a short one. I didn't realize the question was that long, that short. But anyway, so yeah, we can go back to you selecting the debates, which I think it's about time, roughly, I think. I like that for just a change from the religious debates. Maybe not everyone, we were there. Yeah, thanks, Victoria. Not everyone was there, but yeah, I thank you. Thank you. I like that as a change from, just religious debates. I think it's incredibly important, if not very depressing. It's very depressing. I get you. But number one, I like Mehdi Hasan. I think he's an amazing debater, even though I don't agree with him on everything. I think his understanding of how to perform in debates is incredible. I think that this one got a bit out of control, but it would be very hard not to be honest with you. When the guy starts up with "you're a liar," and you're being paid by Qatar, I would struggle to keep my own temper through that as well, because that is just ridiculous. working for Al Jazeera doesn't mean that you're a bad actor for Qatar. I'm really sorry, it doesn't. Um, I find it odd that he sort of will hold up journalism, but like eliminate Al Jazeera. I think that that's a problem because we have our Western media organizations. Why don't Middle Eastern media organizations get as much respect?
Yeah, it's more
Why?
colonialist / xenophobic bullshit. It's saying only
Yeah,
the colonial powers can have legitimate news sources,
yeah.
even though
And look,
ours is propaganda to all hell.
right, but I don't find Al Jazeera to be, that propagandistic. If you get what I mean, like they're pretty neutral as far as I can see. A lot of the time, they agree with things like the BBC and stuff like that, and Associated Press. They don't, obviously they come from Middle East and they have that slant, but overall, I think they're pretty respectable. Especially compared to something like Fox News, which is not, that is like just right-wing conservative propaganda at this point. And at this point, it's just state propaganda. It's whatever Trump says they report, like it's
really,
ridiculous.
really, I mean, well, they talk constantly about what he says, but like
Yeah.
they're his bitch. Like when he calls in, they just stop whatever they're doing and just let him rant. It is state media.
Yeah.
It's
It's
his
ridiculous,
personal channel.
Yeah. And the interviews they give to him, I mean, it was so bad. I think it was Laura Loomer that interviewed him last because nobody else kind of would. And it was just there was no hard questions in the slightest. It was just, some people say that you're because Fox just love the some people say. Some people say that your administration has been the most effective in modern history. How did it get that way? I mean, it just was like, it was horrible, absolutely horrible. Like it was the most awful interview with the softball questions, crazy. And Al Jazeera, I don't see that happening. I don't see them getting, the Ayatollah Khomeini or whatever on thing and going, your administration has done, it's not that bad. Whereas Fox definitely is. So, between the two, I would trust Al Jazeera over Fox. I'll tell you that right now. Like, sorry, but yeah, over Sky News, I have more of a problem with Mehdi Hasan working for Sky News than I do with Al Jazeera. But he's worked for BBC as well, who I generally respect. I know they've got some problems, but I respect them a hell of a lot more than say CNN or Fox or any of those mainstream ones. I think Associated Press does great job. Not perfect, but great job. I don't know. But Hasan, what a amazing performance from him. Just incredible.
Yeah, he didn't miss much, and he caught some shit that we both missed, which does not
absolutely
happen often.
Absolutely. That shifting of the goalposts, yeah, he is absolutely dead on point. Like, really picked up well, really presented well. Got into the weeds, got into argument, just base argumentation. I'd find it hard not to with that guy. I really would. He is very devious, very... I mean, all of his stuff it seemed like parts he was dog whistling kind of thing. Just sort of like, we've got to stop this by any means necessary. And it sounds like something like, yeah, patriotism there. We've got to defend Israel, absolutely. Wait, but that doesn't mean anything, does it? Because at that point, you're like, well, what about genocide? That's, if that's the only thing that can save Israel, will you do it? And he's probably like, yeah.
And that's such a weird, like, I wish someone would ask them the obvious question on that one. Like, considering your nation exists because of what was done to your people, how can you do this to another people?
Okay, I've been told that the Iranian leader is not Khomeini, it's Khomeini. Thank you, I forgot. Like, I've always gone to Khmer. I'm too old. I just, to be honest, they're pretty interchangeable. To be
It's like the
100% honest
Kim
with you,
Jong
they're
Un's ilses and such.
right. The Kim Jong Un, the big, yeah. It's just they're pretty interchangeable. But yeah, what a question. It was kind of like that. It reminded everybody of Russian media, like the state Russian television statement.
That makes
Yeah,
sense since it was modeled on it.
Yeah. Well, basically, it's like, they go and they ask Putin, like, how has your administration been so amazing over these last 6 months? Like, that's the kind of thing they ask. And what's really worrying is also the conferences that Trump is doing. Like, it is just person after person just praising him around the table. And it's really disgusting. Like, I'd never think I'd see that in a US cabinet meeting where just all of the heads or the secretaries are just praising him around the table, kind of thing. It's
was a
disgusting.
little bit like that with W. It was so weird because I think even W was aware that it was way over the top and highly inappropriate. But there were a bunch of wannabe sycophants who were like, George, you're like the smartest president we've ever had. Yes, you are, you cute little boy. And he's like, don't patronize me, you fuckers. But he still ran with it.
Yeah. Anyway, I actually really liked doing this debate. This was fantastic. I thought it was really good. I know it's depressing,
Refreshing.
but
A dark subject,
it's refreshing.
Refreshing engagement.
Yep. And I think that sort of, I think that it really does highlight the disingenuousness of Israelis' current spokespeople. I think it really does point out that just the level of shiftiness coming from them. They won't answer direct questions about what's happened. If I was a politician, someone said to me, "Are these 15 people were killed in a building?" I'd be like, "We're investigating into it. We will hold to account if they failed to follow rules of engagement. We'll hold our troops at the highest possible standard," kind of thing. That's the kind of thing that people want to hear. That you have a standard of engagement, you're going to hold your troops to it, people will be held responsible if they break it. Just saying, I don't have to answer to you, and the IDF doesn't have to answer to you. Well, if you are getting weapons from America, you kind of do. Just saying. And if you go to a debate saying, your actions in Gaza are justified, you kind of do, or else you're kind of, throwing the debate because you're like, well, not only are they not justified, we have no obligation to justify them. I thought that was masterful. He got him in that corner, hit him with the specifics, and also he predicted beforehand he will go to generalities after being asked. Like, that was brilliant because he said, look, goes to generalities. He won't look at specific actions. And that hit home for me because it's sort of like, wow, he just showed that he will not actually discuss the specifics of this war and instead wants to be very nebulous about it. Just,
Oh, look.
But what justifies...
But not just saying, like, I might point out this dude's being shady and I'd point to the specific shady thing he's doing. Whereas in this case, it's like, here is the shady thing he's doing, and then give him another chance. Look, he's doing it again. He can't not do it. He's hiding something.
Yeah. Oh, just eviscerated him, which was just, I mean, yeah. I'm finding it difficult to really critique anything Hasan did wrong. Maybe a bit of character assassination in return might not have been warranted, but the way that he did it, and like even the host of one said, you've got to bring this into, what is this? And he's like, I'm just about to tell you how this relates to the debate, kind of thing. And he did that with Israel approving Qatar and enabling Qatar to give money to Hamas. And the fact that this guy was in government when this occurred, that brought it back into, well, if Israel wants Hamas destroyed and not the people of Palestine, why is it funneling money to Hamas? Right? Like that's a good point. That's a really good point. And the fact that he did it as it's kind of like an ad hominem, but he related it back into why it's important for the arguments of the debate was kind of masterful, because that is a good point to make in a debate. And he managed to tie his opponent personally into that happening because he worked for the Israeli administration when that actually occurred.
And
pretty insane.
Yeah, that goes to background knowledge of your opponent. And I realize in a lot of internet debates we just don't have time for that shit. But if you can pull off tricks like that. But also there's this tendency, we're all bad poker players on the field of debate. We want to drop our aces on the table in our opening statement. If you keep a few in reserve like that, then you may not end up playing them. But that's fine. If you don't play them, you don't need them. But if you do get an opportunity to activate a trap card like that, it can be devastating. So consider that as a strategy to keep a few specific aces in the hole for that sort of situation.
Sure, absolutely. No, not a bad, especially if you know that they're traps from where your opponent's going to go, kind of thing. So Hasan knew he was going to go to, we're not trying to hurt the Palestinian people, Hamas is, and we're trying to destroy Hamas specifically. And of course he's going to go there, and he held that one for when he did. He just laid it out as, well, then why would Israel give Hamas money? Really clever strategy. So it's somewhere he knows he's going to go. Really beautiful stuff. But, I think Aelon, or whatever his name is, he's just been outclassed. Yes, and that's a good point. That is a lot of the time what reporters do. They hold stuff in reserve for when you've gotten into the conversation and you're interviewing someone, and then you pull out, well, why has this happened? Like, explain this. Fair call. I agree, Jester.
It's a trick lawyers use a lot too. Is they'll lead you down a specific line of questioning. Lawyers are less good at it, right? Like they do it, but they're less, like, they broadcast where they're going. They'll lead you down the line of questioning and then walk you right into the trap they've designed for you. You see it coming, but it's a related thing because they've built this trap.
Well, and they've got certain rules to work within as well. They, that no hearsay, no, you can't lead the witness. Like there's a whole bunch of stuff that constrains lawyer. I'm not sure it's entirely their fault. They're not as good at it. I think it's because in an interview you can say anything you want. In court, that is not true. You can't just say anything you want questioning a witness.
Yep. Alrighty. Well, I can already preview if the next one is up to me.
Okay. You're really fast. Yeah. Go for it.
I recently found out what Matt Dillahunty's favorite debate to watch is, and I found us a copy.
Nice.
So
nice.
Make sure you're
love
subscribed
it.
And join us next week.
Yeah, and go over to Better Than Ember, who's better than this channel. And tune in. Look, it's probably a matter of opinion. I'm going to die on that hill, quite frankly. But go over and sub to Better Than Ember. I will try to find a link. Why aren't you at the top? Or do I just... you are at the top. I just missed you. Okay, fine. I'm blind today. Can't see a damn thing. Okay. Go over and subscribe. Hit the little bell, and you'll be able to get the upcoming debate dissection, which is this. This is the first one-parter we have done for years, Ember. For years. Okay.
A minute anyway.
It has. I don't know why I'm so like, not that it, we've only done one. It's fine. It's just I'm so happy about that it's just been a one part, like one and done, right? It's been so long that it feels like a breath of fresh air, and it was great. It was fantastic. So and I will be there next week, definitely, because I do want to see Matt Dillahunty's favorite debate, and it's not one we've done before.
Nope. This one's actually
Wow.
it's one of the rare Christian on Christians.
Oh, okay. Well,
Yeah.
that's fine. That's
Yeah.
absolutely fine. No, I'd probably say my favorite debate. You know what? I think that the Bill Nye one, Ken Ham, Bill Nye, is right up there for my favorite debate. Oh wow, my favorite debate. I think that Matt Dillahunty's are definitely some of my favorite debates,
Mhm.
hands down, definitely. I'd struggle to say what my favorite debate is.
For purely
Um,
rhetorical power, Matt Dillahunty versus Saitan. Pre-writing his rebuttal,
right.
masterstroke.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. That was pretty damn good.
Hmm.
Yeah, what have you got coming up, Ems? You're
Oh,
still doing the daily thing?
yeah, weekdays at 11 Eastern. Me and
Nice.
some of the girls do Hot Topic. Every day
Yep.
there's a different topic. It's fun. On Monday, my Monday, we're doing
Haven't you been doing that with Lilith?
yeah, Lilith and
Yeah.
Kelly King from Black
Oh, yeah, they're
Metal.
so cool.
Often
Yeah,
she's been out of town the
absolutely.
past week, but she may be back this week.
Right.
And
That's why I haven't
some of
seen
the other
her.
girls
Yeah, gotcha.
occasionally drop by. Bree's been by, Ryan's been by. Sometimes Maya's dropped in.
Nice.
All the other girls from time to time. And it's pretty.
Why not?
Monday we're playing Pride or Prejudice. I have a whole bunch of quotes, and the others are going to guess whether it was a human rights advocate or a bigot
Right.
who said a thing.
All right, bigot. Right.
Yeah, it'll
Spot
be
the
fun.
bigot. Okay. Yep. Your whole channel is a single, never-ending one partner. You're not wrong. Yeah, you're not wrong. It's because I never stop talking. That's the problem. I've got to be muzzled or something. I don't know. Anyway,
We need a mute button. Where's the moderator?
mute button. Well, while you're there, don't forget to like. Don't forget to subscribe. It helps me out a great deal. If you want to share it, I won't stop you. I will probably lay down and take that bullet. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. I hope you've enjoyed. Don't forget, be kind to yourself. Be kind to each other. Please, someone may have wronged you. It doesn't justify any revenge in return. We want to be proportional about these things and perhaps not keep an infinite cycle of suffering going. If all you're doing is generating suffering and you're not, someone's wronged you and you just generate them suffering, then you suffering, that probably best maybe to drop it. Like, let's not perpetuate this endless cycle of suffering because one side has done one thing and one side does another. I'm reminded of Nelson Mandela, who is an amazing person. When he got elected, everybody thought that he would persecute the white people the same as the black people had been persecuted, and he just said no and did not, and really gave everybody the same rights, and that is, that's incredible. And that's how we stop it. We treat everybody as equal. That's how we stop this endless persecution of each other. And I really long for a day where perhaps Israel and Palestine will stop persecuting one another. So that's all I can say. But do take care, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye, peeps. That is not my outro.
We broke it.
Hang on a second. I must have broken something. Give me 1 second. Hang on a sec. Why
Damn
is
it,
that?
Hasan.
Damn it, Hasan. What the hell happened? I'm so sorry. I don't know what happened there. All right, I'm just going to end it then. And yeah, sorry.